Ladies and gentlemen, my mama, 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Sound check, sound check. Hi. 1 2. Ngiyayibona ngiyayibona kanjena.
Good morning, everyone. Just a short announcement. We have a lost and found here. I think it's a charger or an adapter. So owner can just come up to me. I'll have it. I don't know if Prof is ready to start, or we should give him a few minutes. Thank you, Prof.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm sure that you had a wonderful evening and wake up in good spirit today. So, and you also had a nice tea in the morning. I'm sure that normally some of us soon after eating we sleep, but I'm sure that you'll be active then. So, as I've already indicated yesterday, that today we'll be having 3 speakers, and how it will unfold then. We'll have a speaker that will look at e-participation and inclusive governance, and we'll also have 2 speakers that will be looking at innovation, technology, and development challenges in the Global South. So there are 2 speakers that will be giving their presentations on the basis of that then. I don't want to go back that much in terms of what happened yesterday, but I'm sure that what we did yesterday was able to cover part of your expectations, is it? If it has not been able to cover part of your expectations, we are still around. We can always be able to give or help where we can help. I was talking with other colleagues yesterday and also this morning that if you look broadly in terms of what we are working on here, the agenda is very simple. It's that of a transformative agenda. I'm sure yesterday when we were looking at designs and all other aspects that relate to research design and methodology, a lot of questions were coming, isn't it? So some of those questions were challenging the way in which research was done by those in the global north, in the global south. So I think all of us were of the view that no one can do things for us, but we have to do things for ourselves. So if we have to challenge those designs, let's do so. I don't want to, as I said, that I don't want to spend too much time in terms of saying what happened yesterday, but I will want to welcome Paul. I think there are 2 things, Paul. I will give you an assignment on 2 things. Whilst we are going to be a presenter or a facilitator for today, I will want you, Paul, to also give us a message of support that you are supposed to be you're supposed to must have given us on Monday. Unfortunately, HSRC was not here, so Paul is also the one that we are working with in the whole broader project of IPMOSA in actual sense, because the summer school is just a small element within that broader project then. So let me introduce you, Paul. Dr. Paul Platinga is a senior research manager at Human Sciences Research Council in South Africa, and he's currently leading project on digital policy and platforms and on evidence-informed policy making. Between 2012 and 2016, he managed open innovation and open data work at the Innovation Hub, the agents of Gauteng provincial government. Prior to this, he worked as a solution architect and engineer in the mobile telecommunication and VoIP industry. He has a master and honors degree in electrical engineering from the University of Witwatersrand and completed a PhD in ICT governance with the Center for Organizational and Social Informatics at Monash University. Let us give a round of applause to welcome Dr. Platinga. It's up to you. I'm leaving everything to you there. So I'm just not sure, is there an HDMI there? Oh, okay.
Morning, everyone. Sorry, you're catching me off guard a little bit. I thought there was a session on something consultation this morning, so I thought I had another half an hour to get organized. So I'm going to get going slowly. And then I'll do the formal part of it in a second. Okay, I'll get to that in a second. Firstly, I think thank you from my side on behalf of the Human Sciences Research Council as one of the partners on the EPMOSA project for having me here today. I felt it was important to be here in person because we've been working together for now a couple of years at least, and I think especially for UKZN, I think this is an important part of the contribution to the project, an important part of what we call the kind of knowledge generation part of the project. So I will explain a little bit more about the project in a moment, but I think firstly, just on behalf of my colleagues, especially the co-leader of the project, Derek Davids, who's based in Cape Town, just to thank you for having us. And in general, and I think Derek would have conveyed this if he was here, or if he was joining virtually, which he couldn't do on Monday, is to say that this for us is a very important event because it reflects our interest in promoting the role and the use of technology on the wider African continent as part of broader governance initiatives. And I think for us, yourselves as PhD scholars and as practitioners as well, you're an important champion for the use of technology in various development and governance spaces. So we're very excited about this event for the next couple of weeks. I was surprised that summer schools run for 2 weeks. I didn't think people could spend that much time together and still be a happy group, but I'm sure you will be, and I hope it will be enjoyable, and I hope it is enjoyable so far. So I think that's more of a formal word of thanks to everyone that's been involved, and it seems to be very well organized, and I hope it continues well for the rest of the next couple of weeks. So then I'm going to go into a little bit more of an informal presentation phase directly, assuming there's nothing in between me and me just going straight into my content, so I believe I have some flexibility. I just need to see, I think my internet, my hotspot is working. I don't think there's Wi-Fi here, is there? Or, okay, I'll just stay connected. Is there Wi-Fi working? Okay. All right, sorry, I meant to check this with you when you arrived. But I do have my hotspot running. So maybe I just keep going. Is it an open connection? Is the one called internet? Okay, it just sounded very dangerous as an open network. It's like, is this some kind of trap? So, okay, it's open. So I'm not going to hopefully share anything confidential on it. It should just be a better connection than my hotspot. First rule in life is never connect to anything that is. free money or internet, free internet. All right. So I'm going to, I see I'm kind of tied to the podium. Okay, maybe I can I just take this off? Will it make filming? Still going, okay. Okay, I'll get into this in a moment, but as I mentioned very briefly, this is a joint project, and you might have had this explained to you earlier, the background to the collaboration, but this is a joint project between UKZN, the CSIR, and ultimately under the Department of Science and Innovation and SELGA, and ourselves as the Human Sciences Research Council. So in case you don't know, and maybe I should start off with a quick question, has anyone heard of the HSRC in South Africa? Anyone? Do you want to raise your hand? I'm going to try and do a few raising of hands today. Okay. Just for those who don't know, South Africa has probably 6 or 7 research councils covering different kind of thematic areas. Each of them typically employs between 300 and 2,000 staff, so they're quite big research-intensive organizations. There's, for example, a medical research council, an agricultural research council, industrial research council, so they all have a specific focus area. We're a social science research council focused, and our kind of core business is running surveys around public health, politics, governance, economic issues. So we do nationally representative surveys, and for example, our governance surveys look into social attitudes, and they ask questions of residents of South Africa on topics like, should women be in politics? And then they gather that kind of survey information, and then they use that to inform decision making around, for example, educating people around why women should be in politics, or those kinds of interventions that government might take in future. So that's very much what we do. We do those surveys to support government, primarily government decision making, but also broader public interest decision making and debate, etc. So that's the core of what we do. We have more recently got involved in, I suppose, more implementation-oriented projects, and that includes working in the technology space. So that's a lot of what I'm working on and driving, because I come from an engineering background and then working in a social science research organization. So we're exploring a lot related to digital platforms, AI-related policy work. We're working on national AI strategy recommendations with the CSIR. So we're doing a lot of things around the technology space. And this is one of them, and one of the more significant ones that we're involved in, to explore e-participation. And that's roughly what I'm going to be covering today. So it's interesting, this group, because I think you're quite diverse. So I'd just like to get a sense of your disciplines, and maybe you did this yesterday or the day before, but perhaps I could just get a bit of a sample sense. So maybe I'll ask it from my side instead of asking you all to introduce yourselves. So are any of you from, let me start off with maybe the more engineering technology space, originally or recently? No one like me. I'm the only one. Who of you are more social scientists in a more kind of general social science or development studies sense? Social scientists. Okay, interesting. And then from health, public health, or clinical space, I met Ntabi Singh this morning, so I know at least one person. Okay, so 3. Business, economics, accounting, etc. Those fields. Anyone from that? Oh, as well. So your health and thingy. Okay, awesome. Let me go through the rest. Broader humanities, more general humanities. Law, politics. Okay, I think you're overlapping. Okay, have I missed something? No. Is that covering everyone? Okay, awesome. All right. Okay, so I think this could, I don't of course know what kind of research topics you're working on, so that'll be another, maybe a mismatch, but we'll see. Maybe I can convert you to this topic. So Anyway, I'm just going to speak to. Okay, I'm going to speak to a couple of things around the project. But before I get into that, one last question for now is, I wanted to ask, have you ever been, and you can raise your hand again, if you've ever, let's start with one. Have you ever raised a complaint with your municipality or government in general about some service delivery issue, like your street lights not working or water's not working? Maybe raise your hand if you've done that as a start. Okay, that's pretty good. Then can I ask I promise the last question. Have you ever participated in a municipality community planning meeting, consultation meeting, a town hall meeting, Izimbizo, that kind of thing, where they're discussing the plans for the next year or the tariffs for the next year, that kind of thing? Have you ever been part of that kind of interaction with the municipality? Even, and it doesn't have to be in person, it could be, you might have done it online, where you submit comments on the rate policy or something like that. Yes. One, great, awesome. That's okay, couple. Okay, that's pretty good. Usually there's no one, so we are a little bit more progressive here. Okay, so this project ultimately is about getting all of us to engage more with our local, especially our local governments, around primarily the planning policy related issues, but it extends into more the political space as well as into the more service delivery spaces. But the big area of interest for us is that people are not involved in planning and policy related things at a local level, so they only then complain once things are passed. So another example at a national level is, say, the NHI, and then, they go through this long consultation process, and then people then at the end of something, something's now going to be implemented, suddenly people say, well, no, we don't want that happening here, or we don't want this way, or, it shouldn't be done this way, it should be done this way. So it's a characteristic of all of us, is suddenly when the reality hits, we start complaining or wanting to change stuff. So the question for government and local governments in this case is, how do we change it, and can technology help address some of that lag in how we engage? I'm not going to mention it too much, the project itself, but we have various pilot projects that we're implementing in municipalities around the country. Some of them are metros, some of them are more rural municipalities, some are in between. So that's really the core of the project, and there's various pieces connected to it. And this is what especially the metros are currently doing, but also lots of the other they're the smaller municipalities doing stuff that's quite similar. So just because we're in eThekwini, if you go onto the Facebook page, you'll see this kind of thing where they invite comments on the draft integrated development plan. So I don't know, this was probably like even from 2018 or something, and they post these kinds of things online or social media. And then the city of Joburg does similar. They make these interactive infographics that you can click on. And city of Cape Town has these web forms where you can submit comments. So the main thing is they're using technology to promote these planning processes and then to allow people to make comments via online channels. That's kind of core of it in the most basic sense. I suppose you could also potentially submit comments like in the Facebook messages, to say these are your comments on the tariffs or the plans for the year. So anyway, I mean, you can imagine the kind of diversity of potential ways of interacting that a lot of the municipalities are already doing. This is what we use to frame a lot of what we're doing, and it comes from a UN e-government survey report. Is essentially a framework for mapping out the e-participation space. So how is technology used to support public participation? On the left-hand side over here, the left-hand side of the spectrum over here is your more political end of the spectrum. So that includes things like if political parties put their manifestos online, or they ask for comments on their manifestos through online channels. I think a couple did that in the last local government election. They put their manifesto up and then asked for comment. I don't know if anyone remembers that. Any memory of a party doing that? I think it might have been Action SA or someone. Anyway, one of the new parties. There's also, under that, there's also things like e-voting. So there's lots of discussion about whether voting should be done electronically or in person. So anyway, that's still that's something that's actually being worked on by the IEC. So that's more of the political space. Then I'm just going to go to the other end of the spectrum. The more service delivery end of the spectrum is things like paying your bills online, reporting potholes or streetlights out or whatever, those kinds of things. You know those apps, and eThekwini has an app where you can report complaints, like your service delivery complaints. So that's more of that side of the spectrum. And then the area that's primarily of interest for us, as I mentioned, is this kind of middle part of the spectrum, which is more about policy and planning. And that's things like your supporting engagement with like your integrated development plans, your tariff policy, your bylaws. So if there's a new bylaw, I'm not sure if you know how many bylaws municipalities have. There's a long list. You know, there's probably 30 to 50 bylaws on all kinds of things like cemeteries, pets, animals in your backyard, air pollution. Every municipality has between kind of 20 and 50 bylaws. So they review those throughout the year, and they're always asking for comment, and basically no one ever does submit comments on bylaw reviews, unless it affects them directly. Like if you're running a factory and there's a change to the bylaw on air pollution, then it can have significant implications for your factory, as an example. Anyway, so that's where our primary interest is, but we have interest in those other parts of the spectrum because they're quite connected. These, just in case you're interested, and if you're based in South Africa, these are the municipalities that are involved in the project from quite a wide spectrum of places. I'm going to try not to use all my time. I'm not sure I need to use all the time I've been allocated. Do I need to use it? I don't think it's necessary, unless it's useful. But we can come back to slides if you see something you want to ask about, like your municipality is there and you want to ask about what's happening, that kind of thing. This is the theory of change. I'm not going to really discuss it unless we want to talk about these more technical things. And if you've worked with theories of change, we can have a whole discussion on that. The important thing from a project perspective is that we recognize that a lot's been done already. So we want to draw on what the municipalities have already done, which is that kind of top circle, and what knowledge already exists in the space. We want to draw on what's being done within the broader local technology community in South Africa, and around what's called a kind of a broader civic tech space. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but you can Google like the Civic Tech Innovation Network, which has lots of technology-related things, and they have an annual conference that we collaborate on. There's also the Open Government Partnership, which is a global initiative that South Africa participates in. And then, of course, then there's the international technology and methodology space. So EU, AU, BRICS, drawing on all of the expertise from those communities. So we try to bring all of those together. This is the roadmap. I'm not going to go into this, but essentially the core of it is, as mentioned, from our perspective, is doing these pilot projects. And then maybe just to highlight, because this is where we are involved in today, we're focusing on those pilot project parts of it, and then UKZN is driving the stream around the knowledge generation. So that includes things like PhD scholars, PhD summer school, which is what you're part of, in a conference in October. So this is why you're here, is this number 4, is all of that work. And there's quite a few other packages of work. But yeah, just to highlight, that's where you're connecting with this broader program of activity. And the idea is that they kind of feed into each other. So this is just to show you, and again, you might be interested or you might not be, but this is roughly the process we've been going through with municipalities, is that we've been going through a process of identifying what they currently do and what they might want to do going forward. So we do these mapping exercises in these workshops with them, where we identify the yellow ones are what they're doing already, the green ones are what they think they might want to do. So we do a bit of a prioritization exercise. We've done a lot of work around exploring the technology space and doing technology demonstrations with them. So we have a database of about 400 projects and technologies that we've identified that we then build small demonstrations from. So like this is a small demo we did for eThekwini around like a WhatsApp bot for engaging with the IDP, as an example. This is a web version of IDP for Rustenburg that we were trying out. And then this is an example of using generative AI to automatically classify the comments received through a public participation process. So we just do these small demos. And then we've been doing some phase one of pilot testing, mostly with the city of Cape Town, where they have an existing platform and trying to localize it, especially in semi-formal, informal areas, and using these infographic type ways of presenting information. And also in Rustenburg and a couple of other places, we've been doing an initial phase of pilots in the last couple of months. A lot of it has just been focused about how do we communicate the information that's in a planning document in a more engaging way, using like data infographics, those kinds of things, more interactive adverts that are clickable and you can download the document more easily, these kinds of things. So that's what we've been doing so far. So a lot of it is just about how do you communicate things in a more accessible way. And then that, of course, brings in lots of other questions, which I'll get to a little bit later. The other part, again, which then is kind of broader collaborations amongst us all, is around these knowledge exchanges and interaction. Some are more municipality to municipality, others involve PhD scholars and et cetera, which, again, just to emphasize, is where you're involved, is that area of work around the summer school and the conference and those kinds of things. Okay, I'm just gonna, the next part I'm gonna get into is related more to the tech space. I'm not sure how much of this was meant to be academic actually, but I've avoided that because I did my academic work a few years ago, but we can get into that if we want to. But I thought what we would do, have you done Menti as part of this week yet? You have? Oh, darn. Okay. I thought maybe you hadn't been abused with Menti. Okay. So then, do you want to do a Menti for me? Just for my own benefit. So if you haven't done a Menti before, if you go to menti.com and you just type in this code, and then I'll bring it up. 663176.4 on your phones. Have you tried Kahoot? Oh, you have. Okay. Is Kahoot more fun? I think so, yeah. I was debating, should I do a Kahoot so that, because you've probably done Menti, maybe I should do a Kahoot. But anyway, I ran out of time, so I just did a quick Menti. Just to break up discussion a bit. And then we can do questions if the connection works okay. Okay, so for this one, before I get into it, I just wanted to ask what tech you think will impact public participation most going forward. So again, when we talk about public participation, it's, what do you think will be most important for government, citizen, government resident interaction in the future? You can put in things that you think are most important now. So yeah, just interested in what your thoughts are around that space before I comment on some of what we've been working with. Cool, 6. What are we aiming for? What kind of numbers did you get yesterday or the day before? 16, okay. So we're aiming for 16, if we're lucky. Oh, sorry, am I meant to, are there online participants? I forgot to ask. Oh, they're capturing it there. Oh, okay. I was just thinking I wasn't connected to a Zoom meeting, so. Okay, cool. Oh, 15, okay. I think we're close enough. Cool, okay, great. WhatsApp, social media, AI, ChatGPT, AI again, cell phones, SMS. I'm interested in SMS has popped up. Cell phones. Okay, does anyone want to comment on that? On what they proposed? I don't know if the person who mentioned, just because we're dealing with AI all the time, does the person who did the ChatGPT want to comment on that? It's anonymous, so you can just pretend it wasn't you. And I'll move on. Don't worry if you feel terrible. Or does anyone want to comment on like ChatGPT, how they think it could be used? Anyone?
With ChatGPT, I feel like people are now using it like Google. Like you go there and you just ask ChatGPT a question, and so I feel like people will be using it more to like ask, like for example, if it's going to be public participation on like a policy, you maybe want to learn more about the policy before you can actually participate. So then ChatGPT can like summarize what the policy is about, and then I don't know, maybe it will like influence rather your participation.
Any other? Oh, there. I can move around. Oh, the camera following me. Oh, okay. I'll swap with you.
On ChatGPT or something like that, I'm thinking that for refuse collection, I've seen that we have municipalities collecting refuse maybe on a Thursday or on a certain time, and we have a truck coming from a distance, maybe 30, 40 kilometers to come and get refuse. Then you realize the refuse might variate. The other days more, the other days less. I was thinking maybe in the long term, maybe we have refuse zones where we put our refuse. Then the system reads that that point needs, refuse need to be collected. Then maybe that can also reduce on the cost, on fuel and whatever.
Yeah, that's interesting. So now we're talking more about service delivery, which is great. So I'm interested in your across the spectrum. And I suppose you're speaking more to something potentially around like remote sensing of a specific place so that the municipality is more efficiently using their resources. So that's great. Yeah. Any other service delivery or political or policy planning? Happy? Sinatemba?
Thank you. So I wanted to comment on the use of WhatsApp, rather,
Yes,
not
sure.
really ChatGPT, mainly because of like an experience. So I was profiling a community in Hammersdale by my house. So what they did is they just put me on the community WhatsApp group. And there are a majority of the community, basically every household is represented almost in that WhatsApp group. And I've been monitoring for a couple of months how the interactions go. And it's been very interesting. I think the one time where I noticed how WhatsApp as a medium can be so powerful, there were members from the municipality in the community. I think they were doing some planning in terms of land use, I think. So someone took a picture of them and said, what's going on here? So it's like alerting the community doesn't know what these members of the municipalities are planning here, but they're invested, they want to know. So it's literally that WhatsApp group that they use as a tool to develop their community. And it's very well monitored. There is even a forum that watches crime. When someone has broken into a house, they even do WhatsApp calls, group calls, which is really interesting. And everyone contributes like some money towards this forum. And all of these communications are literally on this WhatsApp. So I think that's quite interesting. Even when they found items, they post it. So it's more of, they even speak about how they can get police involved. Can someone quickly go fetch the police from the police station? So it's quite interesting how even the municipality, they could use those platforms as a powerful medium to communicate developments within that area.
Yeah, great. Yeah, and I think a lot of us have been exposed to that kind of community use of WhatsApp. As an example from Joburg, I've heard about recently is one area they now allow people to advertise and sell things on the WhatsApp group, and they take 10% of every sale and they put it into a common fund for the community, and they use that fund to do projects around the community, which is interesting. They've taken it to a new level, which requires another level of governance, but yeah, people are, I suppose, seeing, and I'm interested in what you said in that land use example, is that's a classic planning decision that's been taken, and then the community is kind of detecting it like post-plan or approval, but it's interesting how then, yeah, it then can potentially intersect with what maybe should be better communication from the municipality. If they could target that communication to specific communities, then you're more likely to get engagement on those specific issues, rather than just sending it out as one big document to the whole municipality. Yeah, any other thoughts? Someone mentioned TikTok. I'm intentionally picking some of the topical ones now for now, but like TikTok video, do you think it's a big deal going forward or not? I mean, with data costs and not data costs, I mean, you know, are people that attached to video that you think it's a meaningful route, even though people are conscious of data costs? Is video, would you say video significant? I mean, it's something we debate, is kind of say, people say, oh, let's do video and let's do TikTok, but we kind of, but at the same time, they're saying to us, data costs are such a problem. So then, I mean, I'm not that in touch with social spaces. Yeah.
Hand online.
Oh, online, yes. Looks like Judith.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Judith. I'm attending online. I just want to talk about TikTok. I think community participation can really be effective when there's a use of TikTok, because a lot of people are now using TikTok. Even young people are on TikTok, and it can really be an effective way of participating in what the municipality is doing, as well as Facebook. I have seen one municipality where I am from, people commenting and municipality actually responding to what people are saying, people putting their complaints, or if there's anything that they want to be sorted out in their communities, reporting of, on things such as the potholes in their roads, and they will get the reference numbers right there on Facebook. I think those two for me are really effective. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. I'm assuming your name is Judith. I can't see, but I can only see the profile on the screen. Yeah, I mean, and it's interesting to see how some municipalities handle it. I know, like the city of Joburg, they're quite active. They have previously been quite active on their ex-Twitter feed in terms of responding. So some of them are using social media as more of a formal channel in addition to like their call centers and their website. So yeah, it's a tricky one, because often it's an issue that we have to deal with organizationally. Your comms department can be quite separate from your service delivery departments, and some of those interactions are quite complicated within a municipality. So it's not always easy to handle the use of new technology. Is there anything, before I move on, is there anything else anyone wanted to highlight that they added? Also with the online group. Okay, great. All right, so this is what we've been doing. Sorry, it might not be very visible, but it's just to give you a sense of things. So one of the parts of the project is we've been building a database just as we pick up projects. So as I say, there's about 400 or 500 projects and technologies on there globally. We've placed quite a strong emphasis on finding Africa-developed initiatives and technologies. So if you're interested, the short link is bit.ly, but we can provide you with these links. And actually it's case sensitive, so you have to get the upper and lower case correct. But anyway, that's a database, a spreadsheet, and then we've just mapped it onto that spectrum. You remember earlier, we've organized them according to whether they're more, so these are, I know it's not visible, but these are the more political ones, like things like e-voting And maybe a space that wasn't mentioned, which is quite interesting going forward, is blockchain and distributed ledger technologies for identity verification. So there's some interesting initiatives around identity verification for voting systems, those kinds of things, in this more political part of the space, because voting is such a sensitive issue. So identity verification is quite a big deal. Whereas in these other areas, identity verification, it's important, but is not as sensitive. So it is done in slightly different ways. Then these middle ones are more about platforms that are supporting engagement from a policy planning perspective. And then these ones are initiatives that are supporting engagement from more of a service delivery perspective. So maybe I can ask again, did anyone hear of GovChat back in the day, especially during COVID days? No one heard of GovChat? Sort of, no, okay. So GovChat was also a South African developed platform that was launched quite well before COVID, but then during COVID it was used quite extensively for reaching out to people around the grants that were then developed, and social relief distress grant. So managing that, the whole interaction around that GovChat was used quite a lot. But essentially GovChat was developed to support engagement around service delivery issues. So it was originated very much on this side of things. There's quite a few others locally that have been developed over the years. There's probably 50 in the country from a service delivery perspective that have been developed and or used or tried at different times from a service delivery perspective. So South Africa especially has quite a lot happening in the space, and quite a lot less happening in these areas. So I'm just going to, the darker gray is more South Africa focused, just because of the South African project. So the darker gray ones are examples of South Africa initiatives. So you can see there's quite big clusters of South Africa initiatives around service delivery reporting, and I'll get to that one in the top, as well as, I'll just go to this one next, more around the political side of things in terms of engaging on political policy-related issues, so often connected to policy and planning, but more about activating local communities from a political perspective. So there's initiatives that use technology quite well, like Activate. Grassroot was a startup at one point. Ask My Street, which is connected to that Eskom app, which is then more about your community-based engagements, as Sinatemba was outlining. Amandla.mobi and Dear South Africa are two quite significant platforms that have quite large followings, and they are quite advocacy-oriented, so trying to pressure government on certain policy issues. Maybe I should explain the other dimension of the access that we use. The top part of this access is more about kind of government pushing information to residents. So it's just about sharing information on planning and projects, those kinds of things. And then it becomes, so that's what we call less engagement, and then the kind of middle layer is about kind of more collaborative, interactive forms of interaction with residents. So we ask for feedback. So rather than just pushing information, we're asking for feedback from residents. And in the bottom end of the spectrum, where we say more engagement, is more where residents and citizens are driving initiatives themselves. So it's more bottom up. So if you see the top part of the diagram is more top down, and the bottom part of the diagram is bottom up. So that's why these things are more civic-led, citizen-led initiatives using technology, and they're trying to pressure government and politicians on specific policy issues or social issues. Like for example, Amandla.mobi has quite regularly run advocacy campaigns to get petitions for increasing the child support grant. So they run those campaigns quite regularly on social media and other channels, as an example. So I'd encourage you to look at Amandla.mobi. You can even Google it now. So these are more the bottom-up initiatives. Then we have, again, South Africa, we have quite a lot of initiatives that are more about information sharing and in the open data space. So I'm not sure if anyone has run into the open data space, but this is quite significant for the role of technology in society in general. So open data as an initiative and as a community is quite significant, and you might want to look it up. And it's quite closely connected to the Open Government Partnership as an initiative. So South Africa has quite innovative technologies and platforms around open data, data sharing, and I'll show you a couple of examples in a moment in case you haven't seen them. So South Africa, to start off with, we're quite good around open data, service delivery related technology, as well as some of these bottom-up mobilization technologies. Then the Africa ones are these grayer colors, so they are scattered around, also quite strong around open data. And then a few around these more collaborative engagement platforms, and there's some interesting initiatives there. But in general, where a lot of other rest of the world is in terms of supporting meaningful interaction between residents, between governments and citizens on planning and policy making, we don't have much here. There are a few Africa-related things, but they're quite niche. So there's quite a big gap for South Africa and Africa in this kind of middle space, and that's really where we're targeting. It's not why we were targeting it, but there is quite a gap in that kind of middle space from a technology perspective, a technology and project perspective. Oh, sorry, that kind of just clarified those different dimensions. So I want to see if I can show you a couple of examples just before I go into some of the stack that we work with. So has anyone heard of WASIMAP as an example? It's usually one we start off with. Okay, let me just, I'm into, okay, so this is WASIMAP. It's an open data platform. It's, our big challenge right now is that Stats SA hasn't released the latest census results. We're expecting them early next year. So a lot of these tools are, if they're using Stats SA data, they're based on 2011 census or 2016 community survey. So the data we've got now is starting to get a little bit old. But WASIMAP essentially takes Stats SA census data as well as community survey. And there's a new platform, but I'm not going to show it just because this one's a little bit easier to show. They also use point data and other data sources, but essentially they integrate it into this kind of map view. So for example, if you wanted to search a specific area, so I'm not sure, where are we now? Ward? Actually, we need to use a ward number. So I'll just pick a random eThekwini ward. So it goes down to a ward level because of the census data. That's why the census data is quite interesting. So let's just pick Ward 10 in this municipality. So you can search for it using text, or you can search for it using the map. So this is Ward 10, wherever that is. So I'll just zoom out a bit. Okay, so that's where Ward 10 is, that green highlighted block there. And then this is the information for Ward 10. So it tells you who people voted for in that ward. So this is it seems to be a strong DA ward. This is the median age. So the average age seems to be quite old, is 40. The population is 20,000, mostly English. So where they're born, the types of households, the types of dwelling people live in, so those kinds of things, the average income for the household, where they get water, electricity, service provision, all of those kinds of things. So this is just taking Stats SA data and presenting it, making it more accessible. So this is what we mean by South Africa being quite advanced in terms of making information relatively accessible, and these kinds of tools. There's quite a lot of these kinds of things. I'm just going to show you Muni Money as well. Sorry, one thing that's interesting and it just makes the engagement stronger is that you can then compare it to another ward. So you can compare your ward to another ward. I'm just going to pick another, let's do 102. So I can compare my ward to another ward, or my municipality to another municipality. So then I can compare things like the level of service delivery, which then becomes quite powerful. Okay, if it loads, oh my, just gotta wait for my browser. Okay, so now there's the original ward we have, and then we have another ward, and we're just comparing those two wards. So you can see the population, the one ward's population is 20,000, the other's 35. You can see the ward, what did we do? 102 is more of a mixed ward, so there's a mix of ANC and DA voting in that ward. The age in this ward, our new ward, is much lower, the median age. The language mix is a bit more distributed. And then you start to get into more service delivery related comparisons. So remember our original ward, 68% of people were living in a house. Similar actually in the other ward, but you'll see this orange one, 18% of people are living in a shack in our new ward, versus in the other ward it was only 10%. Some of the demographics are similar. The average household income is interesting. So you can see in that other ward, 230,000, so it's almost 10 times average income. Sorry, the browser is, just wait for my browser. Water service delivery, etc. Education. So that's why you can see why it's important the next Stats SA release is because aside from being able to enable this kind of comparison, what we want to see is the change. So have things changed between 2011 and 22, so 11 years. So that'll be quite a significant thing from a policy and a planning perspective. This, especially the Stats SA data, is very important because it defines the equitable share allocation. So how does National Treasury allocate funding to different provinces and municipalities for projects on infrastructure, etc. So it's very significant from a National Treasury planning perspective as well. Yeah, I hope it's obvious why it's important. That was a good example. Okay, so, all right, so that's WASI-map. That's why we often show WASI-map. It was originally developed for journalists so that they can develop stories that are more impactful and more contextually anchored. I'll just pause on that in case you have some questions about this. This is a good example of open data. Oh, let me just show you municipal money and then I'll open for questions just because it's a slightly different one. This was developed by National Treasury and it just really captures municipality finances. So let's just use eThekwini again. Okay, so this is the municipality we're in, and it just is essentially telling you what their performance is like from a financial management perspective. And it looks at specific elements of it. So I'm not sure how many of you are involved in kind of the government governance financial space, but it addresses various things. And one of the things is we often look at, and Nonkululeko can do a whole discussion on this, but I'll just mention it briefly. One of the things we often look at is spending of capital budget, because it's a useful proxy for how effectively municipalities are implementing the projects they promised to implement. So eThekwini's, well, this is up to, it's only showing up to 21, 22. I'm not sure if Treasury's updating via the platform. You can access this data via Treasury directly, but the point is with municipal money, it's just to make it more accessible. So, so eThekwini has had something of a challenge with underspending of their capital budget, which is not good. So bad spending of capital budget is anything greater than 15%, and eThekwini was around 29%. So there has been a problem in the municipality for the last essentially 4 financial years up to 22 around spending of capital budget, which means that the infrastructure that's meant to be allocated for roads, etc., is not being spent. And then that money just gets returned to Treasury every year, effectively. So then there's information then about various other elements of the financial performance, etc. And then I think they have added project-specific information even, like revenue, There's things around revenue. I'm just trying to see if the project-related information is here. Not on this one. Anyway, there's another initiative called Vuleka Mali, which has project information as well. Anyway, so those are two examples of open data, and as you can see, quite interesting. South Africa is actually considered a world leader in this space, in just making information accessible, budget information especially. There's other issues related to procurement, information, etc., which are being worked on, but anyway, this gives you a sense. So any questions or comments on just that information sharing? Just to remind you, we're just looking at this part of the landscape. This is that top space of that open data space around public participation. So just sharing information in a more accessible form. Yeah. Any comments or thoughts or opportunities? No. Okay. So something we do, and again, we also work with community media houses and journalists to also try and equip them to work with this information and the data so that they can, because they're an important intermediary in terms of sharing information on social issues and also on governance. So Nonkululeko is managing that side of our work that we do. With some partners. All right, so then just to move on from there, I'm just trying to think, let me just show you amandla.mobi so that you're aware of something on the opposite end of the spectrum. Oh, my browser, okay. I think it should be working. So again, if you're interested in this space from a civic perspective, you can look at the Civic Tech Innovation Network, where there's quite a large community of people, including like the founders of amandla.mobi, etc., who use technology to support engagement. So, so for example, this is one of the campaigns that amandla.mobi has been running. You essentially are effectively signing a petition. So they just run it online via social media and these USSD channels. So this is one that seems to be currently running around food prices. So I think they're aiming for 50,000 signatures. And they're currently at 17,000 signatures. So it just gives you a sense of the kind of scale that these initiatives are working at locally as a more of a civic-led initiative. Yeah, anyway. Sorry, my browser's just not working very well. Too many things happening. And I did look at it the other day around how you submit the comments. There's different, so I mean, this one is, it's on a web form, but of course you can use the USSD version. Anyway. Okay, so yeah, my browser's just not responding very well. Okay. So again, that one's from that bottom end of the spectrum, like more civic bottom-up led in terms of engaging government. So what we are more interested in is, I suppose, that middle space. So what, from a project perspective, what we've done, and I'll explain a little bit more later how we got to this, is that we've organized the technology and methodology into what we're calling a stack. It's derived from what some partners have previously called an accountability stack, but essentially it's built around a few layers. So the first layer, maybe you can almost see it as inverting that spectrum I showed you earlier, but the first layer is about essentially cutting up your content so that it's more relevant to people. So instead of sharing, like the IDP document can be 500 to 1,000 pages, instead of sharing a 1,000-page document, you rather cut out the content that's relevant to Ward 39. And you just take that content out of the document and you share that with them. So, which unfortunately is something that municipalities are not doing, is they're not extracting the relevant content for different audiences. So the one thing that we say is essentially segmenting content for different audiences, and then things like, and then issues like language, etc., come into it as well, of course. The other part is just having improved data on your audiences. So what are their priorities? What are their issues? What channels do they use to interact with you? So just knowing what people want and how do they interact is a big part of it. So that's the bottom layer. The middle layer is then how can technology expand the reach? So how can we use things like WhatsApp to reach out to more people? And especially the municipalities have highlighted, especially people in more rural areas, young people who traditionally don't want to or not interested in engaging on issues, and then also the elderly on the other end of the spectrum. And then some other elements related to that. But essentially, how do we reach more people? So we can cut up the content, but then how do we make sure it reaches more people? The next layer is how, when we start getting feedback from people, what do we do with that feedback? How do we synthesize it, analyze it, and how do we route it to the right people? So if some people are saying we need houses in Ward 22 in this specific area, or we need better public transport from this area to the CBD, then how do you route that transport recommendation to the correct department in the municipality so that they include it in their planning, or they at least consider it as part of their planning processes? So that's what we mean by routing and synthesis. And then the top layer is is end-to-end management and monitoring and evaluation of the process. So how do you potentially coordinate public participation from beginning to end, from council approving the public participation process all the way through to receiving inputs, to synthesizing inputs, to then incorporating them into the business planning of the municipality, and then actually implementing those projects as you plan them. So that's more what we say by end-to-end. Then on the right-hand side is more about civic education and now from our perspective, civic tech education. So how can you use data? How do we equip people to understand, interpret data, and apply it to make more meaningful inputs on policy and planning decision making? So we do quite a lot of work in that space as well, around running data quests with communities and young people. We've actually done data quests at UKZN before as well. Just about people understanding what data is out there, how they can use that data to make more meaningful inputs on issues. And then on this side is more about policy and policy around using technology in public participation processes. So as you can imagine, municipalities have policies like how public participation must work, etc. So now we have to incorporate technology into that. Like City of Joburg, for example, is using Teams meetings quite a lot for doing their public participation exercises. So is that okay, or is that not okay? Because some people, of course, can't connect to Teams to participate. So that's what we mean by policy. There's also privacy issues. So what is the municipality doing with your personal information? If you submit comments, do they then put your name and your address? If you say, you know, this government is the worst government in the world, and then they put your name and your address there, then, you know, there's privacy issues. So that's just an example, just to be hypothetical, around the risks related to privacy and the concerns related to privacy. And then more recently, we just included this one related to organization and design practices. So how is technology designed and managed within an organizational environment? And it's important, as I'll mention in a second, in terms of ensuring there's sufficient diversity in terms of the people building the platforms who understand what people actually need on the ground, so that it's more inclusive when running public participation. It doesn't become exclusive. We've included things in a toolkit, and I'm going to try and start moving a little bit quicker before some things. We've included things in a toolkit which you can have a look at, of course, and that covers both local and international. So I'm just going to run through these quickly. I've already touched on some of this. We've done, as mentioned, we've done work. This is, as I say, we try to draw things from other areas on the continent. So this is an example from Nairobi. There's a civic tech startup there that's built similar to WaziMap, a dashboard where you can click on the map, and then it shows you the projects that are being implemented in your area. And then there's various other things that we've been doing just around making the content more accessible. We've tried a couple. We are looking into the generative AI space. So this is an example. You might see this if you're on X, or you see a lot of these being promoted increasingly. So what we did using one of these generative AI tools is you can upload a PDF, and you might have done this with your own research. You can, as you mentioned before a second ago, like summarizing a large document. So essentially that's what we were doing. We uploaded an IDP. We just took one of the IDPs, which is like a 300-page document, and then you can then interact with that document using one of these ChatGPT-like tools. So in this case, we asked it, we uploaded the IDP, which is a planning document for the whole municipality, and we said, what are the issues in Ward 3, or what are the plans for Ward 3? And then it'll give you a summary of the plans for Ward 3 extracted from the document. So that's an example of how potentially you could use some of these large language model-based tools. We have tried to use them. There's real problems with accuracy, so sometimes it just ignores an entire ward. It just, for whatever reason, it's not picking up specific things. So there's a lot of work to be done. But nonetheless, as you would have seen in your own work, you probably are picking up that there's some potential there. In terms of expanding reach, there's, as Simtembo was mentioning, WhatsApp is a big tool. So using WhatsApp bots as an example. There's a lot of interest in like zero rating access to specific platforms. So you can make the cost of accessing them zero, so you don't use any of your mobile data bundle when accessing certain websites. And we can potentially identify specific sites in a municipality so that people don't have to use their data to access them. Routing and synthesis of comments. So there's a lot of work. This can be done just using an Excel spreadsheet or in vivo. So I know some municipalities just use in vivo as a tool to organize and tag the comments they receive through public participation exercises. Like National Parliament, they might receive like 30,000 comments. So there's a real concern about what do you do with 30,000 comments? How can you feasibly analyze and process all those comments? So some organizations are using tools like in vivo. There's obviously a lot of interest in using these generative AI tools for analyzing and categorizing comments. So it's something we're also, of course, looking at. Civic tech education is also of strong interest for us, both in terms of like data and governance literacy, but also in terms of things like just managing social media, moderating social media. So the EU has some interesting training material in that space. This is more your end-to-end management tools, so that allows a municipality to run consultation processes online completely. And then this is a summary. I know there's a break at 11:30. It feels like I've been going for ages. I'm not sure how it's meant to be broken up. Can we have a break earlier? And then I just continue after. Yeah, it feels like I might kill people if I keep going. I don't know how long the lectures are. What time did I start? Do you think you need a break? Is that okay? Prof, I mean. Okay, all right, we'll just check. Okay, we'll just make a little bit of headway into an even drier part of the presentation. So I mentioned the policy is a part of this space. Oh, it is ready. Okay. Yeah, maybe I think it would be good if we break. And yeah, all right. Before we do that, any last comments just from a technology and opportunity perspective? And then after the break, I will be just discussing more of the policy and law because it's a space we're involved in. I'm not sure it's going to be relevant to you, but I'll touch on it briefly. And then I'm going to, as the last part, I'm going to touch on research questions that we think are important. So yeah, just any comments? Yeah.
Well, I think in the spirit of what is called LNOP, leave no one behind. How is e-participation I think, designed to actually, assist people with disabilities or disabled people? I don't know what's the correct term these days, but yes. So I saw you were talking about people in rural areas, the elderly, the youth, but I didn't see anything on people with disabilities who might actually like to participate in such conversations. Thanks.
Yeah. I'll just do question one by one in case there's other comments. Yeah, absolutely. So it has been raised. It probably hasn't been raised as much as those other ones. So certainly, and it's an interesting one for us as a project in that, from our perspective, your starting point for designing a solution or a technology for the space, if you design it for inclusion first, then you will automatically address your wider community of potential users. So actually the project itself, the emphasis is on finding technologies and using technology or applying and adapting technologies that are lower cost, lower tech, and used more widely, primarily from an inclusion perspective, rather than looking at what's more advanced. And actually, this is a potential tension in the project itself, because of the EU relationship, in that we would look to, we might want to go into more, I suppose, advanced technology spaces and say, especially from a linking public participation with policy modeling, and there's been a lot of work done in the EU over the last decade around these more advanced things, like digital twins, as an example. Digital twins could be quite interesting, and augmented reality, etc., are all potentially interesting spaces, but are they, it would be great from a research perspective, but is it actually going to be useful and relevant locally? So from our perspective, we've, I suppose, to some extent been pushing back a bit to say, okay, we believe these are useful entry points. We can use what's available as entry points in terms of what people are already using, and then over time we can grow into those other areas or connect with those other areas on the side, like the generative AI. So a starting point for us is to say, okay, let's rather, and it's not just the end users, it's the municipality teams themselves. So many municipalities are very low on capacity. So how do we use tools that they already are in use within the municipality, like even just Microsoft Forms, and use those so that people can get moving with things and start using them immediately. So from our perspective, our I suppose philosophy is to start off with inclusion first, and I think there is a real opportunity to reorient some of the design approaches in the space to start off with differently abled persons with disabilities first. So how do we, before, like, so you frame your entire project to say, how do we design this public participation tool for someone who's hard of hearing or is not able to see well? So we actually design the project for them up front, and then the other use cases can come alongside it. So but that's quite a significant change in how you actually design and build technology, because a municipality is usually building the tool to as quickly as possible and to launch as quickly as possible for them, just for like, okay, we just think everyone uses websites. But I think there is a really interesting opportunity. So maybe I should just comment on like just building websites. There's a lot of standards and stuff for making a website friendly for persons with disabilities, etc. So there's lots of guidance and lots of standards. So even when we write our specs for technology, when we're procuring, we include that. We say adopt relevant standards, etc. So we're doing it in a, I think I suppose we're at maybe at like a 60% level in terms of trying to address that, in terms of trying to use low tech, already in use technologies and tools that we understand that are out there. But I think there is an opportunity to completely shift our orientation to build up front. And maybe it's something, now that you've raised it again, maybe it's something we can look at with one of the municipalities even, and we're still having meetings with them, even to say, how do we build up front for that? Which would require some creativity, but I think that's what's interesting from a research perspective for sure. I don't know if you have ideas. Maybe someone has an idea. Like if you were designing something for a person who wasn't able to see well, is there like a physical, so the one thing we have been doing is like, some of the municipalities are trying to do QR codes that they print on posters so that they can try and bridge when they do a town hall meeting or in Bizo, They then print QR codes so that people can scan them while they're in the meeting and then connect to these online platforms while they're in the meeting. So they're just trying to bridge the physical and virtual worlds. So especially with reference to disabilities, is there a way of bridging physical and online worlds, perhaps? I think these are all interesting research topics. I mean, I'm not sure if I included in my research topic list, but those are all, I think bridging physical and virtual is a big opportunity space for especially persons with disabilities, I would say. Well, yeah, well, yes. We have funding. Well, the interesting thing with this project is that it's more downstream funding. So the funding is to implement more available technologies is the way it's being approached. Whereas there are, of course, projects that are more university anchored and then it's more exploratory and you have more freedom. So our hope, though, is that with especially the quite extensive civic tech community in the country, that more creative ideas could come out. So it's certainly something we could look at in some of our specs, and we'll raise it. I mean, we've got a meeting with one of the metros tomorrow, and something we could even raise with them is just say, would you be interested in reorienting this to be starting there? And then we run RFQ, we run procurement processes, and then we can see what comes out of it. Maybe someone's got something that's available, could be adapted. You never know. So, yeah. The main thing is that we're trying to just move with things and to start small, start building, start testing, and then keep growing. Because municipalities have done a lot, but yeah, how do we just keep building on what they've done previously, keep growing, keep learning, and we can move into all these adjacent spaces. AI, generative AI, the social media, all of these adjacent spaces are available to us, but we just have to start moving is our priority for now. Okay, any other questions or comments? So obviously I can't answer a question quickly. I have to go in circles, as politicians do. Any other? Yes, Cornel.
Thank you, Doc, for the presentation. I think, for me, e-participation would be a very good platform in terms of allowing for the participation of communities in municipal matters. But then again, I think it will be also interesting to know how would we then monitor the geographic location of the individuals who are participating, so that we avoid situations where someone who is located in Chosin is participating in matters of Durban. So maybe for me it would be interesting to know that how would we then monitor the participation, the location of those individuals who are participating using e-participation, or will it be open to everyone for as long as they can access the platform? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Cornel. Yeah, interesting question, and it's a big question. But maybe before I go into some of the details, and now you're delaying everyone's tea, but before I go into the details, one question is with policy and planning, like, do you think other people in other parts of the country care about what's happening in eThekwini, for example? Is it a big deal? I mean, voting, if you're voting in elections, there's possibility of, interference. I think that's clear. But I think one of the questions we have to ask ourselves is how big of an issue is it? And some people feel it's a big issue, and some people seem to feel it's less of an issue. So there's an interesting spectrum. Some parts of the world, it varies, like some cities in Europe are very strong on, like, you have to have, they connect their platform to essentially their home affairs system, and you have to verify your identity using the home affairs system for some of the country level engagement. And some have even got a physical, one of the platform, Decidem and Console, both support linking with a physical postal system. So before commenting on a policy or proposal, you have to get a token posted to your house in the physical post, to allow you to access the platform to make a comment. So there are some that go to those levels of verifying identity, and then there's others. We've looked at platforms that are used in, like, Canada, where anyone can comment. And I was like submitting comments on this document. So what they had is a shared document using a platform called Conveo. And anyone can submit a comment. So then you have all this rubbish, you potentially have all this rubbish coming onto your document. But what's important then is then you have moderators that then can support or to start identifying where people are just doing malicious or maliciously interfering with your process, like ourselves when we were testing all of these other platforms out there. So they can remove comments. And that's why this training is important. This capacity building, this one, I didn't really discuss it, but it is one of the big issues. Like for many of the municipalities, they shut down the comments on their Facebook groups because they don't want all the abuse coming through, and it's all irrelevant. So they say it's like people are just posting irrelevant comments. So they shut down their Facebook groups. But what we're saying is that rather train your communications team on how to effectively moderate the conversations online. They can then also to design the policies and the rules for engaging with the municipality online so that people know exactly what they're allowed to do or not allowed to do. And then you can delete comments. Because if you said this is why we delete comments, then you can delete comments, and then you have a clear guidance for people, and then if people complain, you can refer to your policy and say this is why we deleted, and there's transparency around why you deleted. So the important thing is to have clear guidelines, transparency around why you do things, and the skills within your teams to effectively moderate and to handle those situations that you talk about. But on the toolkit, there's a whole kind of section dedicated to that around moderation is one of the areas. Access is another, but identity and privacy, and that's, to your question, Cornelia, is where a lot of the identity and privacy related issues are addressed. Like how do all these different platforms address identity, verification, etc. And it extends to some of these voting related ones, which then link to blockchain and DLTs, etc. So if you have a look, if that's an area of interest, and that's why, and from a research perspective, we're interested in people that are working in some of these niche issues like identity or moderation or access. Access has been worked on quite a lot for many years, but there are lots of other topics as well. Civic tech education, different approaches to sharing information, etc. Anyway, so the toolkit has some examples in different spaces. Thanks. Long answer again. Any other questions or comments? Okay, let's have a break. We'll come back. Hello. Oh, do you have to do it here? Oh. Oh, okay. Then I'll be very quick. I'll just use like 5-10 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I'm going to be very brief now because it's actually almost time for the next presenter to come in because we had an extended tea break. So I'm just going to mention this as an area because it's quite niche and it might not be too relevant to you. But really, it speaks to the policy and law related to e-participation. And actually, we just presented on this at a seminar last week, and Nonkululeko did part of that. But I'm just going to rush through some of the slides quickly. I'm not going to do the Menti again, other than to say that we've done some work around the space. And I think the main driver for us looking into this is recognizing that policy and law can influence engagement between citizens or residents and governments. And as an example, access to information law is one of those areas. So if in South Africa, as you might know, there's a Promotion of Access to Information Act, which requires that government, public entities and private entities make information available to people on request usually. But there's a shift to making it more proactive publishing of information. So that is an example of a law that influences people's motivation to actually make information available, which is important to public participation. So we just covered a few countries, which I'm not going to comment on. So if you're interested in what's happening from a policy and legal perspective around public participation, you can have a look at these in more detail, and also what's happening in the EU in terms of those kinds of issues. One of the things I think we just wanted to highlight from a South Africa perspective is that there is quite a lot of existing legislation that's relevant to the space, including, of course, the Constitution, but the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act, the PFMA, as well as the Municipal Systems and Structures Acts. All of them speak to making information available, and some of them are quite specific around the use of technology as well in terms of publishing information on a website, those kinds of things. So again, if you're interested in the space. And then there is also case law which clarifies some of how public participation should take place, and it addresses things like inclusion. So technology can't lead to, the use of technology can't lead to further exclusion of people from participation activities. But also there's some expectations around the use of technology. So when you're implementing technology, I think sometimes people feel like because your comments are now captured online, and there's say 5,000 comments, that this is going to somehow change the government decision making. But the reality is that actually it doesn't necessarily have to, because we're in both a representative and a participatory democracy. So the representative element in terms of us electing people to represent us means that they are still ultimately responsible for making those decisions. As much as there's participation, we are still delegating responsibility to elected representatives who have to take the ultimate decision. So in local government, that's the council. So the council is ultimately responsible for making decisions. And sometimes that might not fit with what the participation comments were saying. So there might be a mismatch. But that's something to keep in mind. And especially with the use of technology, is that sometimes it feels like, because now all the comments are on a website, this is automatically going to lead to a change in government policy or planning, but that's not necessarily the case. Council as a collective still has to make those decisions around what plans and budgets are allocated ultimately. But they have to demonstrate meaningful, good faith participation. And then there's more technology-specific ones, which I won't go into. Just to highlight a couple of things from that space, as we've highlighted before, and these are relevant to kind of research as well going forward, is we'd like to see more diversity in the actual technology platform development, because that influences what is built and used ultimately. We would like to see more clarity and action around how governments deal with bottom-up engagement. So we were talking about it in the break earlier, and as Sinatemba's example was highlighting, a lot is happening within communities, but then how does government, like if a community is discussing water issues and they identify there are water leaks or there are crime hotspots in these areas within their WhatsApp groups, how does a government interface to that information system? And there's no direct connections between them. So how do governments deal with that bottom-up civic-led e-participation going forward from a technology or a policy or a process or people perspective? Of course, we need to address emerging technologies and whether they enable more equitable participation or not, and AI is part of that mix. So those are probably just three to highlight for now in terms of maybe if you're researching in the space. Then these are just questions from our perspective, from a project perspective. I'm going to jump that one, and I'm going to jump that. Just to say these are some of the elements where we see research opportunities. Of course, there's research opportunities anywhere in the stack or in the toolkit, as I mentioned earlier, like identity is a research opportunity. So we would like to see people focusing on specific niche issues like, as was asked, identity verification or moderation, or the interface between government and these bottom-up initiatives. But all of these are potentially areas of possible research. More specific things related to inclusion and justice as a theme. So data justice is one. So a lot of how governments and researchers work is that we extract information from communities, but how can communities better benefit from the data they have within the community and that they provide? Which falls under the broader data justice banner. Design methods to ensure inclusion. So some of the civic tech companies that we work with, you might be familiar with user-centered design, but what we're seeing a shift more towards now is more system-centric design. So recognizing that a user is embedded within a community and that we are connected. So how does technology benefit a collective rather than just a specific user? And it's significant because user-centered design is central to kind of 80% of how software development kind of happens in the country, probably. So that kind of shift to more collective system-centric design is potentially a significant shift. And then more probably policy related issues related to digital rights, etc. If you're working in that kind of broader policy space related to participation. Then things related to context specifically, so especially South African and African context, like issues related to language, of course, values, race, decolonialism, e-participation in local governance systems, so that includes the role, how does e-participation link to, say, traditional authorities, as well as ward committees, community-based structures, specific technologies that are better suited to local contexts, if you're looking at things from a technology perspective. Also public officials, like how do our municipal officials work, what are their values, how do they integrate technology into their day-to-day lives. Then effectively monitoring and evaluation, are there specific approaches to M&E that can be used in this space? And then as an example of an emerging technology field is AI, of course, because this is an immediate opportunity, a window, I suppose, around a specific technology. So again, as mentioned earlier, use of AI to analyze or categorize comments or for engagement, like the ChatGPT interactions, data pipelines, as well as ethics related to AI use are all potential research themes in our view. So that's all I wanted to cover now. I've actually gone over time. And before I finish, just to say thanks for your participation. And to then, I suppose, ask for a last question or comment if you have anything before I hand over to the next presenter or to the program director. Question there. Hi.
What time is it now? Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the beautiful presentation. I am more interested in knowing which theoretical framework you used for this study.
Sure. So as I said, I wasn't going to get into the academic side of things. So this is quite unusual for our space in the sense that I would frame it more within the broader kind of design science field. So effectively, we're using practices from within the design community, which are more closely connected to design science in terms of the types of tools that we've worked with and the methodologies we use. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with quite standard off-the-shelf tools like Double Diamond and those kinds of design practices, or design thinking, where there's specific phases of engagement with communities and stakeholders that you use in terms of designing a tool. So just broadly to say, in terms of a methodology, overarching methodology and philosophy, it's very closely linked to more design science, design thinking as a field. Whereas if you were doing research in any of these fields that we feel, and the reason we're doing that is because the project funded is to implement pilot projects in communities. So design science, and I'll branch into a couple of connected research areas, and including to these topics. So design science and design thinking and that field are quite closely related to fields like participatory action research, participatory action research, in terms of having a design cycle, if you've worked in those fields. I don't know if anyone has worked with action research or participatory action research. I would encourage people to. I think Samkezi maybe sort of is considering it. But the reason I like participatory action research and participatory action research is that it's more applied. It takes the knowledge that you kind of the knowledge that you extract from communities or co-create with communities and translates it into tangible actions that you then implement, and then you evaluate, and then you design and implement and evaluate in that cycle. So it actually takes you as a researcher and it embeds you within an implementation space. So actually implementing, you're building and implementing in addition to researching in a more collection type approach. So I'd encourage you all to be in that space, because I think as researchers and personally, I think we can be more action oriented. Then there are various connected fields. And I suppose if you were looking at some of these and you were then wanting to explore it more from how, for example, adoption takes place. If you're just interested in the adoption of technology within a community, you might be looking at some of those diffusion type fields, diffusion of innovation, technology acceptance model, all of those fields. I don't know if any of you are familiar with those, but those all speak to how does technology adopted within an organization or within a community. So we can speak afterwards if you're interested in that space, but diffusion of innovation, technology acceptance, etc. And then you, for example, might be running, you can do it qualitatively or you can do it quantitatively. You collecting people's opinions on a technology and why they use it or they don't use it, and what are the factors that influence them using or not using a technology. So that's a classic TAM. To be honest, I feel it's overused as a framework. But anyway, it's quite a popular approach. So that's a whole space on its own that I think is kind of connected to this field. Then if you are maybe even going more broadly, some of the more social construction of technology domains would be of interest. And again, I'm not sure if anyone has worked in this, but things like actor network theory, bricolage, so all of these spaces which speak to how technology and society kind of co-evolve together. So technology, society relationships. And some of that's in the broader what's called social informatics field, which I think all of you could be very well equipped to work in if you're a social scientist. It's just bringing in a technology element to bringing technology into some of the social science thinking that you already have a base in. So you could quite relatively easily incorporate some of the social construction of technology frameworks, and then there's a whole lot of methodologies associated with that are, a lot of them are quite qualitative and interpretive in terms of paradigm. So I'm just branching from what you asked into just the broader domain, and we can talk about that if anyone's interested in bringing technology-related frameworks and then methodologies into their work. Did I even start to answer your question?
Thank you. I'll be in contact with you.
Sure. Happy to. Okay. All right. I think I must stop so that the next person can come in. Who am I giving the microphone to? Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Platinga. There's one instruction that I normally give after the presentation. Either you like it or not, you are part of the community. So therefore, whatever questions that may follow, we are obliged to respond to those questions then. And again, Paul yesterday I said, some of us, we are old. So therefore, we are no longer an investment, so we are just a resource. So therefore, we must consider ourselves as part of that resource that we need to give back to something, to these young scholars that we are developing or that we are developing here. So let me just apologize from our colleagues who are online. I know that we're supposed to start our session at 12. But also apologize also to you, Paul, that we took a bit of time to finish our tea. We are going to have a next presentation. I've said that in that space there are two presenters. So the other one will have we'll have him after lunch. But for now, we'll start with our first presenter, who's Nathaniel Umukoro. So let me just also say thank you so much, Prof, for accepting our invitation. And I've also noticed that your bio is too long. So I will try to read the first paragraph, and then we'll finish the rest. Maybe during our lunch. So Nathaniel Omokoro is a professor of international affairs and development studies in the Department of Political Science, Western Delta University in Nigeria. He had his undergraduate education at the University of Benin and postgraduate studies at the University of Ibadan, both in Nigeria. During his postgraduate research, he was a fellow of the Next Generation Social Science in Africa unit of the Social Science Research Council in New York. In addition to his postgraduate studies, he received additional training in education emergencies in 2017, peace education, and also transitional justice in 2015. From George Institute in Germany, development and also inequality in the global south, from Brown University in the USA, and mixed method research course from the Partnership for African Social and Government Research in Nairobi and Kenya, in collaboration with the Institute of Development Studies from the University of Sussex in the UK. He served as 2002 Humboldt Fellow in the University of Berlin in Germany. Let me just end here, Prof, but just give a round of applause to welcome Prof. He will be doing his presentation online. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. Hope you can hear me clearly. All right.
Prof.
Okay. So I'm speaking on the subject assigned to me, which has to do with innovation, technology, and development challenges in the global south. So I will begin by looking at the concept of innovation and how it relates to development challenges. Now, generally, people understand innovation to mean the ability of individuals or groups to develop new ideas, implement such new ideas that can lead to the production or introduction of something new. It could be goods, it could be services that helps to satisfy the needs of humans. Now the question is, how does research and innovation align? Most times, students are often taught to do literature review as the basic requirement for developing a research problem. And that is why today in most universities, we often find students going to the library, searching online to identify gap in knowledge. And such gaps are often based on what they may have read in literature. And sometimes people claim that the gap identified in the literature after reading several books, journal articles, and online materials constitute something that can really lead to innovation. But in this presentation, I want to add that innovation does not just come from just making a review of the literature, but it must go with what we call critical thinking. So I'm going to relate the idea of critical thinking with developing innovative ideas that can solve development problems in the global south. Now, when we talk about critical thinking, we may start wondering, what is it all about? Now, when we think critically, it involves questioning existing ideas. Definitely, you must be familiar with existing ideas, but you have to question it. You have to ask, how did this idea come about? Is it really reliable? Is it really meant to address the situation that it was originally made to address? Now, as you question such ideas, you will discover that new ideas may come up. Now, as you do that, you analyze what you may have been reading, analyze how such ideas were put to use, and you make your judgment. And the judgment you make may likely be a new approach to looking at a particular situation or handling a particular problem. That could be one focus. Now, critical thinking could also be done vis-a-vis indigenous knowledge. Very likely, when one makes a review of the literature, we may find several ideas, several conclusions, several findings of previous scholars, but such findings may be based on Western approaches or Western ideas or Western theories. But you may also choose to think critically vis-a-vis indigenous knowledge. For example, you may ask questions like, okay, this particular research problem I have identified, are there indigenous theories, indigenous approaches, indigenous ways of looking at such situations? So when one makes such comparisons, we may discover that there could be an alternative approach to examining a particular situation or development problem. So in that case, one could be on the path to innovation, but not on the conventional approach that has to do with just review of the literature identifying a gap in knowledge, and conducting particular research. So that is why my presentation will look at, first of all, the need for critical thinking in developing innovative solutions to development problems. Now, most times we often equate innovation to technology. Basically, technology involves being able to use scientific knowledge to solve problems. You think about what are better ways of handling issues or problems in our society, possibly in areas of transportation, in areas of production in industries, in areas of petroleum refining, and so many areas that has to do with our economic life. But I also want to mention here that innovation is not just all about the industry, but also entails social science approaches. Most times we talk about modern approaches to handling human resources management issues in organizations. Technology also come in. So innovation is not all about those in engineering, but also include those of us who are in the social sciences or in environmental sciences. So whatever we discuss here today will be applicable to those who may be conducting research in engineering fields or even in social science or environmental fields. So innovation is really something that cuts across all fields of scientific endeavor and not just likely the core technological areas of engineering. Now, the next area I want to consider now has to do with some examples of development challenges in the global south, which innovative ideas or innovation can help to tackle. Very prominent among development challenges in the global south include things like poverty, climate change, insecurity, justice issues, governance and leadership problems, and insecurity, and many others. Now, how can innovation help to address some of these problems? Now, let's take some of the challenges we have with regard to innovation and development and use such to illustrate the way forward. Now, let's talk about developing new ideas and implementing new ideas, which is all about innovation. Innovation entails developing new ideas and implementing such new ideas. In some African countries, for example, because African states are more the global south states, we discover that when people develop new ideas, sometimes the government does not really help such innovators to translate such ideas into reality. And that is one of the problems we have today in Africa. An example is a study I conducted a few years back on innovative thinking of some youths in the Niger Delta area of Nigeria. Now, we may have heard a lot about the Niger Delta in terms of insecurity, in terms of violence, in terms of destruction of oil infrastructure, but so much have not been heard about innovation that have characterized the activities of youths in the region. Many years ago, there has been a particular kind of production process that involves converting a particular kind of extraction from raffia palm, which is often called palm wine, into a local dry gin, though some people call it ogogoro in Nigeria. Now, there is a kind of indigenous fractional distillation method that people in ancient times developed to refine palm wine into a kind of dry gin. Now, a number of persons, because of their inability to really get enough palm wine from raffia palm due to environmental degradation occasioned by oil exploration, some of the indigenous people in such area decided to modify the technology into petroleum refining. So they were able to now refine crude oil into kerosene, into diesel, and some other products. Now that is innovation because they actually thought about what they had previously for refining palm wine to dry gin and thought about what can they modify in what they have to refine petroleum. And they succeeded. Now, ideally, such innovative ideas which have been implemented ought to be encouraged. Very likely there could be risk, there could be hazards, but more improvements through research can make such innovative measures to become more effective. So one may expect that the government may encourage such persons to improve on their innovative ideas. But the reverse is the case, because the government labels such innovators as illegal kind of activity. So anyone who is found refining petroleum through that kind of process is often arrested and prosecuted. In some cases, such installations are normally destroyed through combustion, get those equipment burned, and even refined products also burned with fire. Now, at the end of the day, the one problem now leads to a more serious problem, because the innovators likely had a little equipment, refined petroleum to certain products, and by the time such products are burnt down by the security agencies, now more environmental problems are created. So instead of innovation translating to development, innovation now creates more development challenges. And that illustrates one of the problems in the global south. Imagine the Niger Delta already facing environmental degradation as a problem. Then people come up with innovative measures, and the only way to respond to it is also to create more environmental problems. And that is one of the challenges. So one of the challenges, if I should repeat, is the challenge associated with government's response to innovative ideas, as illustrated in the case of the Niger Delta in Nigeria. Now, something interesting about that is that the Nigerian government encourages what is called modular refinery. And in recent times, some governments have keyed into it. In one of the states in Nigeria, called Edo State, the governor made arrangements with some Chinese companies to install a modular refinery state. Now, such modular refineries were actually innovative ideas in China, and they had similar background like the kind of modular refineries in the Niger Delta, which the government destroys. So the question now is, why embrace the similar technology that we are destroying? So that is one of the challenges when it comes to innovation. So the question is, assuming you are a PhD student or a researcher in a university or other research institutions, and you have that feeling that when you come up with innovative ideas that can transform the technology industry, that can transform the economy, and when you attempt to implement it, instead of you getting encouragement or support, you get opposition. That likely makes some African innovators to migrate to other countries where they think their innovation can really be cherished. And that is why today most African innovators end up in the Western world to improve the existing innovative ideas in such countries. So that is one of the challenges that we can always reflect on. Now, the second challenge that comes with innovation after critical thinking is the idea of funding. In most of our universities, especially in engineering colleges and faculties, we observe that annually, young graduates often develop prototypes of what they want to manufacture. Some even test such equipment and they function properly, but they end up in the corners of most engineering workshops, simply because such students have no funds to really implement such innovative ideas. In the social sciences, we also have students who tend to look at certain social problems in a different way and are ready to really conduct further research to uncover certain areas that have not really been uncovered previously. But because of funding issues, some persons abandon such research efforts. Now, what really happens in most cases? Some students end up getting funding for research in Western countries, but the funds may not really be directed, may not really be focused on what the student wants to do, because sometimes such funding initiatives often go with what the funders also want. So sometimes one may have to now abandon his or her innovative idea to get funding in an area where the person can make progress in academics or in research. And that has led some scholars, some innovators, to actually abandon their ideas, to pursue ideas that they have been given to pursue. And that tends to really make some of our innovators or scholars who have innovative ideas not really achieve their desired objectives. Then the next area I want to also talk about, which we can also reflect on, is the issue of research using indigenous approaches and methodology. I read a work of an African scholar who is based in the US. He wrote a book on African-centered research methodologies from ancient times to the present. In fact, that book documented different methodology that can be used or that has been used in Africa, even before the introduction of colonial rule in Africa. There were certain methods that were used for research. And right from ancient times to present, he documented all the methods. But interestingly, most universities don't have this kind of book. The kind of research textbooks we have are usually the textbooks that contain Western methodology, and we end up often using them to solve African problems. And sometimes that makes us to really find it difficult to really delve into our own indigenous approaches. So it could be interesting to mention that for innovation to really drive technology and development in Africa, we really have to think critically about our indigenous methods, our indigenous approaches to solving certain problems, and also questioning certain problems that we hear exist. I remember attending a conference last year in Germany where some researchers were questioning the idea of climate change. That should we really accept the definition of climate change to be what we are told it is? Or should we look at climate change from a different perspective? Even some are even asking, is there really anything like climate change? So sometimes we can question what is very popular and try to really find out what are we really researching. Are we really pursuing what really our problem is, or there should be alternatives to what we should pursue as academics? So those are some of the things one can also reflect on. Then we also want to look at the idea of insecurity, which is a major development challenge in the global south, especially in Africa. Yes, a number of countries in Africa have experienced military coups. Some have experienced protests in recent times. And when we look at the sources of such problems, they are all linked to economic factors. And many academics have really identified innovative measures that can really help to tackle such problems. But the question I want to reflect on is, how can we really get our political leaders to really adopt innovative solutions to problems? Because in most universities, we often observe that they have very large libraries where they have very big sessions for storing students' projects and dissertations. So a lot of innovative ideas come on board. They defend such ideas, make a lot of recommendations, and we store them there. But it may be necessary for academics and researchers to also think critically more on how do we get the political leaders to know and accept our innovative solutions. Without doing that, development challenges will continue to persist in the global south. Because it's like having two communities, the community of researchers and academics who think critically and generate innovative solutions to combat development challenges. Then we have another community of people who are the actual drivers of what makes for development or what can also make development challenges to persist. So what we need to do is to now think critically. What can we do to really put these two communities together such that when academics and researchers develop innovative ideas and solutions for development, then the other community who implements or who really action such solutions are also made to accept what we are proposing. This is something we really need to reflect on and think about. So I want to conclude here by saying that, for PhD students who are conducting research, it is important to really have in mind the idea of innovation, the idea of thinking critically to question existing knowledge, and to develop knowledge that offers a new way of solving problems. And in doing so, one should remember that we have indigenous approaches, we have indigenous knowledge. We should not just jettison our indigenous approaches as not very useful and embrace Western approaches, but we can see how we can sometimes mix them together for a better study, or try as much as you can to see what we can transform out of our indigenous knowledge. And it's interesting to know that even some Western researchers are really even digging deep into our indigenous approaches. I remember we had a workshop in Germany where some scholars were studying the use of metals in ancient Africa. Some were studying how metals were used for bronze casting in ancient Benin Kingdom, and they were able to identify a kind of link between the chemicals that were used for bronze casting in Benin Kingdom in ancient times and a kind of chemical that existed in Germany then. And they advocated that it appears that during the era of slave trade, there was the connection between chemicals mined in Germany and chemicals used in ancient Benin Kingdom. So they were really working on really uncovering the indigenous technology in ancient times and what can be done with such kind of technology in modern times. So we as researchers should in Africa try to really cherish our indigenous technology and critically think about how we can make our governments to accept our innovative solutions. Just like in the case of Nigeria, where innovative ideas for refining petroleum is being suppressed while the country continues to import refined petroleum. So you start wondering, why will a country that have innovators who can refine petroleum declare such innovators as illegal innovators and the ideas as illegal while importing petroleum products from other countries? So these are some of the things we can think about. So both researchers and PhD students, all of us in academics should continue to work on how we can draw the synergy between our research and the industry itself. So I will open the floor for questions and interactions, and we can really talk more about this.
Do you have questions, colleagues? Don't hesitate. That's your opportunity to ask questions. I think what is dominant, or what has been dominant in this discussion is a question of critical thinking, how to question, or the matter of questioning the existing ideas. Okay. There's one question there coming for you, Prof.
Okay.
Prof, my question is around innovation. Is it correct to speak about innovation in this day and age? And I'm asking this question because we often associate innovation with modernization or modern inventions. But innovation can also be archaic. If you look at the building of pyramids, even today we cannot unravel how they were built. Do we call that indigenous knowledge, or do we call that innovation? Or the construction of the modern buildings using glass is that innovation which we know how to make glass and stack it up and create a skyscraper, but we cannot actually unpack how the pyramids were created. So for you, which one would be innovation? Is it the pyramids, the building of pyramids, or the construction of the modern day structures? So I think this idea of looking at innovation as anything that is current, I think it's a poor way of analysis. We often talk about innovative ideas. The idea can remain as old as it is, but what might be innovative, maybe it's the product or the object that we produce, but the idea, the innovation can remain as old as the Egyptian pyramids. Thank you.
Hey, maybe if I can come in here, possibly you didn't hear me properly. I didn't say that what is modern is innovation, what is current is innovation, and what is ancient is not innovation. If you remember vividly, I talked about indigenous knowledge. I only mentioned that sometimes people feel that what Western knowledge, what the Western knowledge producers produce is innovative, but we sometimes should reflect on our indigenous thinking. Like the pyramid you mentioned, it's really innovation. Innovation is not static, it is dynamic. What may be described as innovation in the 15th century really made a difference at that time. What may be described as innovation today may likely be a little different from what may be innovation in 2050. So innovation is not something we talk about, okay, innovation is what is current and what is past is not innovation. No. Like I mentioned about people studying the use of metals in ancient Benin Kingdom, for example. The ancient Benin Kingdom was known for bronze casting, which was very innovative and highly cherished. Even the British colonialists really cherished what such people innovated and had to go with some of them. So what I'm saying is that when conducting studies to generate new ways or improved ways of doing things, we should not forget previous innovation. That's what I'm saying. That in Africa, we have a lot that have already been done. So there are times you can look at what they have done in the past and you can generate new ideas. You can build on it. Take an example, even the Egyptian pyramid as an example, for example, is something wonderful. One can look at that, think critically about it, and generate certain ways of architectural design. It may not necessarily be exactly like the pyramid, but it will also be modeled towards something that will also be very aesthetic. So I think to get it very straight, innovation is not what is current alone, and saying what is past is not innovation. Innovation is dynamic, is dialectical, is progressive. What my presentation is encouraging is that at any point in our study, we should try to look at what has been done previously, what has been viewed as innovative previously, question it, and see what we can do to build on it. If we look at vehicles, for example, we can really understand this better. If you look at Toyota cars, the model of let's say 1990, and the model of 2000 are not the same. The model of 2020 is not the same like 2010. But the 1990 model, as at 1990, those who saw it viewed it as the best innovative kind of Toyota car of that brand. But when a new brand comes, wow, something newer, different shape. So that is how we can always view what we do. What has been done previously is fine, it's innovative, but we can keep on building. And that is where you as a researcher and academic can also carve a niche or a name for yourself. If we conclude, for example, that all innovative measures, ideas, all that we can think about have been completed, then we can't think about something new. We may discover that we may likely not be able to continue this idea of making things work better. So build on the past, work on the current, see what new can come out of it, and likely remember our African indigenous approaches to solving problems, which were innovative then. And we can also learn from such innovative measures for modern day solutions to challenges.
There's also another question, Prof, which is also coming.
Okay.
Thanks, Prof, for sharing your thoughts with us. Mine is in the context of e-participation, because when you look at e-participation or any digital innovation, it can either facilitate or undermine the previously marginalized groups. So my question around innovation, it can be any form of innovation, is how can we innovate in such a way that takes into consideration the local context? So what are the best practices maybe in your space or in your own understanding that can be employed to ensure that as we innovate, we take the local context into consideration? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is a very nice question. Taking the local context into consideration. Because if we are to implement a solution that is innovative and does not really fit into the local context, it may not work. And that is exactly what I cited as an example of the artisanal refinery in the Niger Delta area of Nigeria. The indigenous people actually developed the technology to refine petroleum from their local context. The local equipment they have, the local ideas that were really refined to come up with that kind of technology. So the point is that if you are a researcher or an academic, for example, conducting a study, you must, in addition to what you may find in the literature, visit the local area where your study will be conducted. Most times I tell my students that before you actually design your method section completely, before you actually go to the field, before you really conclude within yourself that this is the method I'm going to use to answer my research questions or test my hypothesis, you must go to the place where you are going to study for a preliminary kind of contextual understanding of the place. Because sometimes, if you don't really understand the context of where you may conduct your larger study, you may discover that when you are collecting data, you may start changing or even realizing that you are not very, what you are doing is not really the best. So the question you asked is very fine. So when you are conducting a study, before concluding with your methods, try to visit or understand the context and frame your method accordingly. So by the time you collect data, for example, and analyze it, you may discover that your findings may really be more successful, and your recommendations will also apply to the context in which you are conducting such studies. And that is why sometimes we often question studies that are sometimes too large. While large-scale studies are encouraged, they are fine, but they also have their limitations. There are times when you conduct case studies, for example, and you really have an in-depth knowledge of a particular problem in a particular place or in a particular context. And when you bring in findings from different contexts, maybe do not compare and draw some synthesis, it tends to be more productive when it comes to implementation of certain solutions in certain local contexts. So your question is fine. Contextual, an understanding of a place, and also in terms of recommendations is very, very useful.
Thank you so much, Prof. I'm not sure whether can we also invite questions online if they are. Okay, we don't have.
I can ask Prof.
Okay.
Yes, Prof. I wanted to ask Prof. Umkoro with respect to impact. What should our students do? Because, you know, our work must have some impact in the communities that we work in or doing our work. How can we do that, you know, just to assist them so that we can, at the end of the day, the end game is this. How can we ensure that the work we do has some impact? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Oliver, for that nice question. The idea of impact is very important because, like I mentioned in one of the points I highlighted, that in research is like having two kind of communities. One is the community where the researcher belongs, and the other is the community that implements the solution or even create more problems because of not implementing the solutions. But the only way to make research innovative measures is to actually ensure this idea of impact. Now, it could be done in different ways. For example, you conduct a study in a local community that belongs to maybe a local government system or a local administrative system. After identifying the solutions to the problem, which you think is actionable, because for studies to have impact, really, the study should not just be a kind of basic research. While the basic component is fine, there must be an applied component that is actionable. The recommendations must be actionable recommendations. And that is why I sometimes tell researchers that when you make recommendations, don't just make recommendations that look so academic in nature, but one should be able to operationalize the recommendations to actionable points. So such actionable points can be presented either in form of policy briefs or in form of even visiting those who are in charge of the administration of such local communities. It could be a village, maybe you have the community leaders. It could be a local government, you may have those who are in charge of the local administrative structure. You convince them. So it's like the work of a researcher. If the research has to make impact, should not just end with making recommendations, but should go further to some element of advocacy. And that will mean convincing those who are affected, especially those who are leading those who are affected, to understand why your actionable recommendations should really be implemented. And when the leaders are convinced and they implement such recommendations, definitely there will be a change in the society. And I've witnessed some communities where that has been done. Not at the national level now, but even at the local level, certain problems that look micro, that need some urgent solutions, community leaders have actually worked with researchers to implement them when the researcher worked hard to convince them as to why such solutions should be implemented. So I think the point of impact must be something researchers will take into account, to influence policymakers and policy implementation, agents of government, at all times to really accept. So policy briefs, direct visits, advocacy can really be useful.
Thank you so much, Prof, for your input. I don't see much questions here. Okay, there's one question also, Prof.
Okay.
Thank you, Prof, for your presentation. I would like to first to relate to what you say regarding innovation in Africa, that governments do not favor or promote innovation. So it happens in many countries, or almost in every country in Africa. So my question now is, what can African innovators do so that they can circumvent that and ensure that communities do benefit from their innovations?
Thank you. That is a very big question. And I think I may also ask you too. when I say the little I know about that, then maybe you two can also make some contributions. But it's really a problem. You know, a number of people have very sound ideas. Some may have even done innovations at the micro level. I want to scale it up. Now, let me mention what I know some of my friends have done. Some decided to leave the African continent to some other states in the world where their innovation can really be valued and supported. So a number of them, like I mentioned earlier, sometimes when you decide to leave to some developed countries, you may not really be the main focus of what you've invited to come and do. Sometimes may not be exactly what you have in mind, but that can present opportunity for you to enhance your financial status in terms of funding for your research. I know some professors in Nigeria who actually left Nigeria for some developed countries and made money over there, coming back to Nigeria to establish some foundations that really give grants to some young innovators to really to pursue their ideas. So one way to do it is if the government, for example, does not support innovative measures or ideas, instead of allowing the idea to die, one can look for alternatives to funding. And if fortunately you are also able to raise funds through further studies or research elsewhere and attract some funds you can also use to establish a foundation or encourage some other persons who can really support such ideas, one can also succeed. Some persons have written to foreign funders to support their ideas, and some have received funding for that. So sometimes foreign support could be useful, and one will also continue, like I said earlier, to look for better ways of influencing our governments to actually support innovation. Maybe with time, with more collaborative efforts, things might improve. But for now, one can seek foreign funding, and if you have some savings, knowing the benefit of supporting the younger ones, and use some of your surplus funds to establish a foundation to support. And when you fund younger ones, no matter how small it is, in the future, we are building a community of funders. So let's assume I'm able to save $30,000, for example, from foreign activities, and I fund 2 young researchers. And these 2 young researchers grow up tomorrow to also save some money. They may remember that, oh, this is how I was assisted. So by the time we build a community of funders, we may have big foundations in Africa, and I think it can work. And the future will be really different from what you're experiencing today. But maybe you two can also give me some ideas on that, on what you think, because it's really a crucial problem in Africa.
Thank you so much, Prof, with such input. Then, I think we have already responded to a number of questions, which I think your ideas that you shared with us were able also to strike either ideas, in actual sense, from our participants here. I think now, according to our program, but also before that, then. I'm sure that, Prof, there may be some follow-up questions then. I normally give this instruction to all the presenters, that as you have already done your presentation with us, therefore it means you are part of us then going forward then. So we will also appreciate in future if we invite you to be also part of us then. Thank you. Can you please give Prof a round of applause, please? Thank you so much, colleagues. I think it's now time that we should go for lunch. After lunch, then we'll have the next presentation then by Prof also on the very same subject then. Okay? Can you please, I will try to make sure that I will want you to come back as early as you can so that we not miss anything in line with our program here. So Let's go for lunch, try to grab whatever that you can grab and make sure that we come back as early as we can. Thank you. Let's continue, colleagues. Let us continue to the next presentation, which will be given by Professor Austin Chokonya. We are already behind with 30 minutes. So I'm hoping that Prof will try to be as quick as he can. Prof, I'm not going to read your biography because it's too long. That shows that you have been in the industry for some time then. So, but I will want to focus in one paragraph instead of 5 paragraphs. But I think it also fits to what I said earlier, that most of these presenters, they are here because they are serving as a resource. So therefore, they've been too long in the industry. So we'll have a presentation from still on innovation, technology, and development challenges in the Global South. So that's what the presentation will be focusing on. So we felt that even if we put 2 speakers on that session, they may be able to give different perspectives then. I think the rationale was behind that then. So Professor Austin Chokonya is an academic and NRFC 2-rated researcher at the University of the Western Cape in South Africa. So with a career spanning over 2 decades in both academia and also in the IT industry, Chokonya has established himself as a researcher in advancing technological education and research. Before transitioning to academia, he amassed extensive industry experience holding senior management IT positions across diverse sectors, including mining, retail, manufacturing, financial services, insurance, utilities, and education. His industry experience equipped with practical insight that complement his academic endeavors, enabling a holistic approach to teaching and research in information systems. Also, before joining the University of the Western Cape in January 2018 as an associate professor in the Department of Information System, he worked at the University of South Africa and also at Northwest University as a senior lecturer, where he played various roles. He served in various capacities at various universities, including curriculum development committees, establishing industry advisory bodies, and also participated in faculty and university committees then. Let us welcome Professor Chokonya to take us through. Thank you.
Thank you so much for inviting me to this important seminar. I will try to stick to the time, but what I can indicate is that most of the areas that have been covered by other colleagues will complement what I'm going to talk about. So for time purposes, I'm going to share my slide to see if, are you seeing the slide?
Yes, Bob.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me just Okay, so my topic is going to look on, my presentation is going to look on information technology, innovation as well, and how it's associated with development. As indicated by the presenter, yes, I'm working for University of Western Cape, where I'm doing a lot of projects. Some of my projects are actually national projects. I also part of advisory committee for CETA and MIC CETA. So I work for government. We've developed some of the systems that have become national projects as well. So some of the examples that I'm going to give in this topic will relate to some of the work that I've done in various industries, so that you are able to appreciate the challenges of innovation, technology, and development in the global south. So in terms of my outline, I'm going to look on these areas, introduction, types of innovation. I think the previous speaker, I think you were asking about types of innovation. What is innovation? We'll try to delve more into that in terms of what is it that we call innovation. Then we will now focus more on the technology innovation. What are the challenges of these technological innovations in society and organizations? There are a lot of researchers who have focused on that, and actually that's my main focus in terms of IT adoption in organization and society. Then we'll look on research. I think issue of theoretical framework has been coming a lot. So we'll try to look on how do we apply social paradigms in terms of innovation in society and organization. What are the challenges in terms of understanding, mostly looking on challenges of digital inclusion and digital divide. How can we be cognizant of those challenges when we are looking at technology? I will try to give a lot of examples of some of the projects that I've been involved in South Africa and internationally as well, so that at least we have an idea if you want to look on one particular area of research. I have published a lot in some of the areas that I'm going to talk about, and I can refer you to some of those articles that are related to some of the areas. Okay, so innovation is not a new concept. The concept of innovation has evolved significantly over a number of years, encompassing broad meanings, such as creating something new or societal transformation, or economic value creation through technological advancement. We have a lot of these examples, as you know. We can talk of Uber, which is a creation of technological advancement. We have got B&Bs, which are there. So we have a lot of things that things are changing in terms of the impact of some of these innovations. But we don't only look on innovations, as I said, from technological, some can be processes. We are going to look on those different types of innovations. So the scientific field of innovation studies originated during the first industry revolution in the late 18th century, characterized by water and steam power manufacturing. So these were some of examples of innovations, although in some cases we use the word inventions, which can be linked to innovation, but the two are different. So the discipline has since evolved to encompass the current era of we refer to as the fourth industrial revolution, driven by advancement in cyber-physical systems. So the pivotal moment in the development of innovation studies remain part of Scooper's influential work, where he was talking about what he calls theory of economic development. So in terms of Cooper, a political economist, significantly influenced the perspective of innovation with an economic grounded concept. His framework viewed innovation as the introduction of new combinations of products, factors encompassing new products, production methods, and material. So we are going to look into deeper on that when we are looking on the different types of innovations. So this broad understanding of innovation extends beyond technological advancement to include non-technological innovations such as organizational changes. So in contemporary discourse, various types of innovation are recognized, which include service innovation. So when we are talking of service innovation, it means you are changing the way how you do your service. Technology can come there as an enabler, whilst your process of the service is the one that can change. We can also talk about product innovation. Product innovation, it means the product have changed in certain way, in certain characteristics which are identifiable by the end user, who is the customer. So your product can be changed, meaning we have got to driveless cars. It's a car. You need a car, but if you don't have a license and it's not a driverless car, can you go to a journey where you want? You can't. So those are the product innovation that we are talking about. We are used to fuel cars. Now we are going to electric cars. What is it that? It's a product innovation. It's still a car, which is a means of transport. In another way, you are looking in ways how a product can be better than what it is or can be appealing to your customer. Then we talk about business model innovations. As I indicated earlier, we have got new business models that are part of these innovations, which we can give examples of the Uber, where the Uber is now the biggest taxi company in the world, but they don't even own a car. So they only use a business model where they find a need between the different enterprises, the owner of the car, and the person who needs to move from point A to point B. So because of that business model innovation, they are able now to form a new type of organization which is based on the innovation which they have done. So I will try to give examples as we move further. Social innovation is also part of that. I think since yesterday, the other presenters, they were talking of co-creation. When you are talking of co-creation, you are talking about the customer as part of the design of the product or a service that you want to bring to the market. So all these innovations, they are part of the involvement of the stakeholders or the customers in bringing them. Currently, we are focused about the issues of environment. We have a lot of ways where people are now talking about net zero. How many of you can give me a definition? Before we go any further, can anyone give me a definition of net zero? Or who have heard about something called net zero? Are there hands? Sorry, I'm not seeing on my screen. If you have an idea, can you just talk? So it seems to be a new concept, but I thought as humanities, you should be aware. We are having challenges of global warming, which means that we need to reduce carbon emissions. One of the challenges that has been coming from the global north is that we need to reduce what we call energy generation from coal in terms of what we are producing because we are polluting the environment. So there is now a new concept that an organization that produces carbon, they are supposed to find ways of innovative ideas of reducing the pollution that they are doing by either doing another activity that reduces that pollution that they are doing. So when we are saying net zero, if you are breathing carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, you should have another activity that reduces that carbon dioxide that you are putting into the environment. That's the concept that it is. So there are now new business models where organizations can claim credits in terms of the pollutions that you are doing in the environment. One controversial, I think, during the severe load sheddings, I think there were developed countries that were offering South Africa funding to reduce coal-fired generators so that we look on alternative energy sources. So from a practical point of view, it might be easier, but from a societal point of view, it's very difficult. Can you imagine what are we going to do with all the people who are employed in the industry, in the coal industry? What are we going to do that if we have other means? So when you are looking on issues of society, it's not difficult at times to have one idea that does not affect the other side of the equation. So it's very, very important as a researcher to look on that. You don't only look on the positive, but you also look on the negatives. So the issue of environment is very, very key at the moment. If you are a researcher and you need funding, the issue of environment, that's where more funding is. And in many cases, there are a lot of calls that are coming looking for funding, funders who have got money for people looking in environment. Any questions before I go further on that? It's an important area in terms of research. Okay, so if there are no questions, innovations aligns with the UN Sustainable Development Goal number 9, which seeks to build resilient infrastructure and promote sustainable industrialization and foster innovation. So in many cases, many research that are attracting funding, they are focused on looking on issues to do with sustainability. Whatever, be it food systems, be it transport, we have to look on how sustainable the system that we are doing, we are producing are sustainable in terms of the environment and other issues to do with human effect. So it's very, very important to take cognizance of that. So the ongoing wave of digitalization has been extensively discussed. So there are a lot of scholars who have written a lot on that. Some of them, they include Driga in 2016. We have got also Schema 1990. While the concept of unmanned factory dominated technology development in the 1980s, contemporary research and development projects on digitization now widely embrace the social technical system approach. So what we are saying, initially in the early beginning of innovation, people were only looking on the issues of technology without looking on the social issues. So currently, most of research now is focusing on the relationship between the technology and other social effects. So we are going to cover much of those in terms of what frameworks can we use in terms of looking on those challenges that look on social technological systems. So however, bridging the gap between the different languages and cultures among technology and non-technology disciplines remain a critical challenge in achieving integrated solutions. So what we are saying now, in many cases, we don't talk normally of research of one discipline, mostly for funders, because problems in society, they are not dichotomous, where you say it's either one or the other. So many research that are being funded nowadays, they are mostly those which have got multidisciplinary teams. So multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary is the way to go in terms of research, because the problems that we are dealing with now, they are very, very complex in nature. I'll give you examples as we move forward, where we have situations that are very, very complex. So researchers no longer support technological determinists, recognizing that technology and social innovation are mutually dependent. However, practical implementation of this understanding has been sluggish, with the technology maintaining dominance in practical applications. One word from the academic perspective is a challenge in terms of the evolving of our curriculums. How do we make sure that our curriculum that we are teaching in the universities, they are also focused in migrating to interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary in terms of understanding that the problems that we are facing as society, they are more complex, which might need you to view it from the different angles. So we have seen certain curriculums where people are doing IT and sociology so that you are unable to apply those technologies in a particular discipline. So these are some of the initiatives, or in some cases, people are working in groups in order to understand a challenge from different perspectives. There is an increased recognition of the necessity for a more inclusive view of innovation that integrates both technological and social dimension, which we call social technical systems. This evolving perspective responds to the diverse challenges companies confront today across economic, social, and environmental domains. However, social innovation is often viewed in contrast or in competition with technological innovation. I think yesterday when the other presenter was talking about objective and subjective, in some cases, there are certain disciplines where subjective research is not acceptable because of their disciplines. Mostly some natural science disciplines, they don't agree with the subjective research. Whereas we also have the other way around. So these are the two distinct major differences in terms of research. I think you are aware that if you are doing a quantitative, it's more linked to objective, and if you are doing subjective, it's more linked to qualitative, all those things. But as I indicated earlier, problems are becoming so complex. So at times, you can't use one of those in one problem to be able to solve it. So at times you find yourself in a situation you might need to integrate qualitative and quantitative research because the problem is so complex that one of them might not do justice in terms of understanding the study that you are doing. So that's where we now talk of multidisciplinary or mixed methods, although in many cases people, they think they are the same. The two are not the same, but mixed method is a multi-method, but multi-method is not necessarily mixed methods. If we look on the definitions of the two. So this is an example of a social technical perspective where you have on the left-hand side the social system, which have got the structure and the people. Then you now have the technical system, which is the technology and the task. So this is from the IS perspective. So what we are saying here, we can even replace the structure with a process. The interaction in technology adoption, there are two things. It's either the people the technology and the structure or the process. So in many cases, the system to work is the three sides, which is the technology, process, and people must work together. It's not one or the other. So for an example, if people are adopting a technology and the people who are supposed to be using the technology are not trained to use the technology, then the project will fail. Or if you adopt the technology and the process does not support the technology, then you have a challenge because the technology will fail. So these are some of the challenges that we have in many cases because there is no relationship or there is no support between the people, technology, and the process that we are trying to put the technology. So we have several cases. I think if we look in the literature, the NSH in ambulance systems in UK, which is one of the examples where a system was failure. So we have a lot of many projects where projects fail because the technology is put in the wrong processes or the processes does not support the technology. So you have a challenge or the people are not yet ready to use the technology. Giving you an example of that, in 1846, when Alexander Graham Bell developed the first telephone, the then president of US was presented with a telephone by the inventor, says, this is a good invention. So one of the questions was that, okay, I've seen your gadget, but I don't think it will be important for business because during that period, people would not think that you can do a business over the phone, although the technology was able to do that. So in certain cases, you can have the technology, but it might be earlier than what the industry might anticipate to use. I'll give examples as we move on in terms of our current situation in South Africa industry, as far as some technologies that we have, because you might have the technology, but it's not appropriate for the environment that we have. So these are some of the challenges that we have in the global south, that the technology is there, but it's not yet appropriate because of other challenges. So in summary to that, Baldwin suggested that social innovation could be more significant than technological innovation. So the idea of trying to make a comparison of the two is what is now being criticized, that in many cases they are supposed to complement each other. So in further to that, limited success of technology-driven innovation and advocate for shifting towards prioritizing social innovations over technological ones. So this argument is one that is now being said. We cannot keep on to saying this is better than the other, but we should look on how best can we implement solutions that deliver the solution. So how do we provide solutions to the customer based on the different innovation types? So consequently, a growing recognition that integration both types of innovation unlocks their full potential. Advocate for a shift away from solely focusing on technology, instead emphasizing on the synergy of technology, social and cultural changes is important. So we have a lot of these challenges in mostly in organization. I can give you an example of, sorry, if I name your organization that you are working for, is not deliberately just for learning. I was just watching with FNB recently. They used to do MoneyGram going through the shopping mall where a person would create a beneficiary. So beginning of this month, they were saying, no, we can't offer that service anymore. The service is only offered online on on an app. So in that case, that's a saving to them. But to the customer, what if the customer does not have an app or does not have a smartphone to do that? So all these challenges, because normally the product which they are selling, which is MoneyGram, can be done with a smartphone by text. So what we are saying there, the challenge of looking on the technology without looking on the users and also the availability of technology can actually be a challenge. Not only talking about access to internet where other communities are. So if I don't have internet, I have to travel to another place where I can have internet to be able to do the transaction. So all these are challenges that we are facing because the people who are coming with these technologies, they don't think about the customer first before they come up with these technologies. So these are the challenges that we are facing more. So instead of helping, we are actually accelerating digital divide because many customers are left behind because of where they stay or their income because they cannot afford to buy a smartphone, which is unfair. So I'm now trying to look on the frameworks. We are going to look on theories and paradigms. Science encompasses both natural and social sciences operate within the framework of society. So I've used a lot in some of my research Barrel Morgan, who aims to distinguish paradigms of scientific thought based on fundamental ontology and epistemological assumptions in scholarly research. Barrel and Morgan, 1979, ontological differentiation centers on objective versus subjective assumptions in social science research. From one X of distinction, which is figured down, I will show, within this framework, the functionalistic paradigm contrasts with the interpretive paradigm. However, these X's are correspondence to the broader categorization of functionalistic interpretivism paradigms are associated with the sociological regulation maintaining the status quo, whereas the subjective radical human and objective radical structural paradigms are linked to the sociology of radical change. So I will take you to this figure. So what we are saying there, on the left-hand side, we have the subjective side, then on the right, we have the objective side. So at the bottom right, we have what we call functionalist approach or paradigm. Functionalist approach, I can equate them to natural science researchers. They are more aligned to positivists in terms of how they perceive knowledge. So I can give you an example. If I want to throw a stone somewhere to reach a particular point, how do I do it? I'm able to use the laws of physics in terms of the force that I put on the stone, determining where the stone wants to reach. So it means I have to know what are the meters and whatever, then I'm able to put a force on it to reach the point. So these are what we call functionalistic. From systems approach, we call them hard systems. These type of systems in organization, in society, they were very, very common immediately after the Second World War. Those people who have done what we call OR, operations research or system engineering, those jobs were very, very popular during that time because many organizations were looking at production efficiency. One of the most popular case studies in South Africa was the SAB Miller in PE, which automated the way how they were manufacturing beer in PE, whereby they actually ended up retrenching, I think, 200 employees, and they managed to cut the cost of production by millions. So what we are saying then, in a functionalistic approach, you are mostly looking at things like efficiency. So if you are a researcher, your problem is linked on efficiency achievement, then you are aligned to what we call the hard system approach, because the problem that you are focusing on is focusing on improving efficiency. So when we are looking on innovation from a technological perspective, it might be as simple as that. I can give you an example of one of the projects that I did. There is a BCL in Botswana which produces, which mines nickel and copper. So I was one group IT manager for Rio Tinto Group. We were given a contract by BCL to process 600 tons of nickel and 600 tons of copper to export to Switzerland. So the contract was so rigid that if Rio Tinto fails to process the nickel, 600 tons and 600 tons of copper to Switzerland, we have to go and buy on the stock market to give the customer, which was Sentimental, which was in Switzerland. Because remember, the client is waiting for a produce, and BCL is waiting for their money for the produce. So we had to automate the refinery, which was taking 7 days to take the mate from the ground to come up with a sheet of nickel or copper. So using functionalistic approach, we had to look on issues that improves efficiency and also product quality in terms of the copper, is it coming yellow? If something goes wrong in the process, it becomes black and you can't sell it at the market. So these are type of systems that are simple, that they only need technology to focus on. Then I will take you the other side. We move to the bottom left, which we call interpretivist, I think, soft systems. There are a lot of scholars who have done on that, including Checkland in information system, where we are saying there is a problem in an organization, but there are many stakeholders who need to be involved to come up with a solution. So when you have such type of problems, you might need to look on theories that help you to understand how do you engage different stakeholders. For your own information, when we take of technology in organization, technology started in accounting, where the accountants were using calculators. But now if you go into organization, you now find out that technology is now in each and every department. HR, they've got their payroll system, distribution, they've got their ERP system. So how do you reconcile different perspectives of different departments in an organization? So you need to find a framework that helps you to navigate those type of environments. So this is now based on the interpretive type of problem that you are faced with. Then you now move again up to the top, where you find what are called radical humanists. And when we are looking on the bottom one, we said we have got several departments in the organizations. What we are forgetting is that organizations are political entities. In some cases, other people have got more power than others. Let me give you an example. When people are changing a system, the end users, in many cases, they are not even involved in the decisions. Then the only top guys, they sit with the supplier to say, okay, this is a nice system which we want to sell to your organization. Then the system comes into the organization without the involvement of the users. So there is a lot of research which looks on emancipation, where we are saying as much as the soft systems approach is appropriate for involving users, but the users that we are talking about, they might already being not free to talk, because can you voice in a meeting where your boss is? So how do we come up with a situation where the vulnerable are able to express themselves in terms of solving solutions? So I think some of these things were discussed yesterday in terms of that. Then on the top right now, we move to radical structuralist. These are problems in society where we find ourselves that knowing the problem could actually also be the problem, because the problem is so complex. According to Churchman, he called them wicked problems. So let me just give you a similar type of problems. I think those from Gauteng, they know about the e-toll system, how it ended. The e-toll system, it was a good system, but the citizens were not involved in the beginning. So it actually created more problem than solving the problem of traffic, in the sense that there were many things that people didn't even anticipate would come up from the system. One of it is that many big truck drivers, they were now using other roads which were not supposed to be used by them because they could not pay for the e-toll fees, which was higher for them. So it became more complex in terms of what you intend to get from the project is actually maybe the opposite, or it can create a problem. So the radical structuralist system, in many cases, you are looking at a problem where you might actually embed the other three types of paradigms in order for you to understand where to start, because the problem is so complex to look at it from one angle, because you can think it's a functionalist, but there are some elements of interpretivist or radical humanist, which is emancipatory, where other stakeholders, they don't have the power. So even if you think you understand the problem, but the problem needs different angles to look at it. So that's what the social paradigm by Baron Morgan can assist us in terms of understanding when you are doing a research. Any questions on that before we move forward? I hope it's not too complex, but that's what the problems that we are dealing now. Nowadays, they are not binary. Any questions? Okay, so if there are no questions now, I'm going to apply. This is the framework that I'm going to analyze the issues to do with. Yes?
Yes, Prof.
Is there a question?
Yes, Prof. I do have one question before you go any further. So far, thank you so much for the information that you are sharing, Prof. My interest, Prof, on what you've mentioned when it comes to social and technical innovations. when you look at the actor network theory, which was developed in the school fields of science and technology with an aim of trying to avoid innovations that are either purely social or purely technical. And co-creation becomes one of the key strategies that can be used to try and avoid innovations that are either purely social or purely technical. So conceptually it makes sense and theoretically, but where I always have a challenge is in terms of the practical side of it. Are there any practical cases of a socio-technical tool that was developed successfully that covers both sides, Prof, and maybe the processes that one has to go through when you are looking at designing a socio-technical tool, especially in the digital space? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. In information system, we have got a guy called Checkland. He came up with the soft systems methodology, which looks on stakeholders, how do you bring them in? But when you are now looking on the problems that we are facing now, like the way you are putting it, in network theory, you have to understand the problem, where is it major? One of the questions that I find in students, when you are looking on a question which you have got a what, when you're looking on your question that you want to answer, where does it fall mostly? As I said, what normally there are more questions that are linked with the functionalistic. So when you look on issues to do with the social technical, there are different researchers who have looked onto that. But as I indicated, most of those networks that we are talking about now, they are becoming so embedded in that you cannot even know who is going to be impacted, like what I talked about, the emancipatory framework. Because when you are looking on the system that you want to start, who is going to be beneficiary? We have a guy called Yurik who looked onto that. Each system that you are dealing with, I've published the articles on some of these theories that we are seeing here. But when you are looking on the problem, you need to understand what are the major issues that needs to be addressed. Is it a technological problem or is it more on the social? At times, it could be 50-50. So if it's 50-50, how am I going to represent the two? So the way I have looked at it now, some of my research that I'm doing, when I'm looking on issues that I found are more difficult, I tend to see which models already are there in the field, which I can integrate to give me a more strength of the weakness and choose the other one to complement the other. So that's why we use the word adapt. When we are saying adapt, we are saying we have end theory, which was developed maybe 10 years back, but each researcher who is using it now, you can identify some gaps, which you might need to supplement with another theory from another discipline or from the same discipline, but which is different. Did I answer your question properly now?
Perfect, Prof. Thanks a lot.
Yes, so what I argue you, the audience, at PhD level, we don't normally adopt a framework, you adapt. So you can use 3 or 4 or 5, depending, to come up with a new, because you are saying there is no studies that are done on this. So what are the gaps that you are trying to identify in terms of what you are trying to solve? Because at masters, you are only testing some of the frameworks that have been used. They might have been used in America, but they are not used in the context of Global South or other areas. So be very careful on that, because when you are doing your PhD, what is it that is going to be your contribution? You are not just replicating what was done by others. Any other questions? Okay, so I'm now going to look on each of these in detail and try to contextualize in terms of Global South. Okay, as indicated earlier, the functionalist paradigm views organization as rationality entities striving for efficiency and stability. In the context of the Global South, this perspective might emphasize development efforts aimed at improving infrastructure, enhancing technological capabilities, and promoting economic growth through innovations. So we have a situation whereby the Global North, they have state-of-the-art infrastructure, whereas here we don't have. I'll give you an example. During the COVID era, there was a challenge whereby many organizations, they wanted to take business as usual. People were asked to go online. But one of the major challenges was for the matric for 2020. They were supposed to continue learning so that they write their exam, because there was no way we were not going to have students in 2021 as universities enrollment. So it brought a lot of challenge when people, they say no one will be left behind. What do you mean by no one will be left behind? You take an example of students in rural areas, they did not have the infrastructure of accessing the internet. Whilst in some cases, the telecom companies, they gave free access to particular websites where students could access information. But was it true that all the students had a smartphone? Was it true that all the students where they are, they had access to internet? So these are the challenges that we face. As much as we might need to do technology innovation, does the environment allow us in terms of that? So those are some of the challenges. So challenges within this paradigm in the Global South include insufficient infrastructure, energy, as you know, load shedding. Some of us, we don't have power backups. If power goes, you have to wait until it comes back. Transportation, digital connectivity, which is one of the most important one. I'll give you an example of one project that I'm currently doing, which is looking on that. Hindering technology adoption, disparity in access, education, skills training, need for innovation, regulatory frameworks that may not support entrepreneurial ventures or new. So some of these things, I think you brought it when the previous speaker was speaking. So let me give you an example that happened. In 2019, before COVID, I had a meeting with the department. I'm not going to talk much about it. They came to my office to say, Prof, we need to collaborate. Then I said, that's fine, let's collaborate. So my target was digital transformation of the smallholder farmers. So that was in September. Then I said, okay, for this project to work, why can't we come up with a funding model? The students, they get bursaries and they do projects for smallholder farmers, so for smallholder businesses. So apparently, the government department, the government officials, they went back. So they did not come to us. So 2020 COVID hit in. They called me at night, Prof, can we have those students now? The students have gone back home because the university have closed. So the challenge, what we are saying now, the government had given a directive to department to say, what are you doing in this time of COVID to make sure that the small businesses are able to continue doing business? So what I'm saying there, as much as we need to assist some of these businesses, what requirements are needed in terms of infrastructure, digital connectivity? So some SMEs were actually impacted by COVID, that they closed their businesses forever and they will not come back. But some SMEs who were able to to do business online, those who are in town. Some of them, they've done well. For the past 3 years, I've been doing digital transformation for smallholder farmers in Western Cape. I've trained more than 200 students, farmers, who are now able to sell their products online. They are actually linked to, to delivery companies. They are actually linked to vending models. So what we are saying, as much as I'm doing that, I'm frustrated because if I go to other regions, there is no connectivity. So the issue of infrastructure is very, very important in terms of achieving digital transformation in the global south, because as much as technology helps others, but we are now having a challenge of digital divide. So the issue of regulation is very, very important. I work with MIC curriculum development. One of the challenges we have in South Africa, to get a license for drone, you need the same effort as getting a license for an aeroplane. So these are some of the challenges where we are looking at, can we improve some of these regulatories to make sure that they are pro-innovation so that people are able to test. I know in some areas, like where we stay here at UWC, we are next to the airport, you can't get a license for, for a drone, because anything might go wrong if if you are next to the airport. But what if in the rural area someone wants to apply for a drone project where I want to deliver goods? Maybe it could be vaccines to different areas using drones. So we need to look on these problems context by context, not to put one size fits all in terms of some of these regulations, which are actually making it more difficult for people to benefit from those technologies. So we are working with civil aviations to see what will be the best way to improve, because there is a lot of people who are working in this space. I know we are doing a project which is funded by UK in Tanzania, where we are using drones for fertilizer application. Rather than broadcasting, we are giving fertilizer per plant requirement, not broadcasting equal amount. So all these things can actually help a lot if we are allowed to test or to implement some of these technologies where they are needed. Skills training and education, as you are aware, we have a challenge in terms of skills requirements for some technologies. As you are aware, out of the matriculants who sit down every year, only 10% or less are coming with science subjects. So there is a shortage to meet the demand. Previous statistics were looking at South Africa before COVID. We were standing at 32% of our technology skills requirements. After COVID, we might be sitting at a quarter. So we have got a gap of 75% that we need to fill, and I don't know how we are going to do that. So these are the challenges that we face as a global South in terms. I think that report which was done, I think 2019 by World Economic Forum, the country that had the highest skills was US, which was sitting at 75. So they only had 25% requirement in terms to meet their needs. So these are some of the challenges that we are facing. And in many cases, we are struggling from an academic perspective. Many universities are even struggling to fill academic positions because we don't have enough. Then we move to interpretive paradigm. It focuses on understanding the subjective meaning and interpretation individuals, communities attend to innovation and development processes. In the Global South, this perspective highlights the importance of cultural context, local knowledge systems in shaping the technological adoption and innovation practices. as Global South, we lost an opportunity in open source systems. As you are aware, the EU side, they've done a lot in terms of system integration and whatever. As the Global South, we are still slaves of the Americans and the other nations, because most of our software that we are using, we are importing. But why can't we come with a solution that the software that we are using in South Africa is actually produced in South Africa, rather than relying on using software from other countries? So being able to do that, we are able to culturally look on how that software can be customized to our needs. So our local knowledge should shape the technology, not import the technology that was developed for other nations. I can give you an example. We have got issues to do with fintech. Fintech has done well in the Global South compared to the Global North because we have got different needs. If we had to wait for the Global North to come up with a solution for us, we would be nowhere. In South Africa, as you are aware, we still have challenges of fintech. We still have people who are traveling and who are paying 50 Rand to go and collect 20 Rand. Why can't we get innovation technologies that can allow us to make sure that wherever you are, if I send you 20 Rand, you get your 20 Rand where you eat. You don't have to go to Pep or to Checkers or ShopRite to cash your token. So these are some of the challenges that we are saying. When you are looking from the Global South, we need to understand what is the social context of this technology. What is the local knowledge that we need to shape that innovation so that we benefit more from us? So in terms of these technologies, it works well when you have an ecosystem that needs to understand some of these benefits so that everyone accepts that we can't continue working the way we are doing. There is opportunities with this. So from interpretive paradigm, we need to make sure that the communities are part of the solution, not individuals who come up with solutions to address a community problem. So the bottom-up approach is much better compared to top-down approach. So challenges from this side include the need for cultural sensitive approach to innovation that respect and integrate local practices and knowledge, address digital divides, literacy barriers that affect technology adoption, ensuring that innovation meet the real needs and aspiration of communities. So when we are looking at issues of digital divide at times it's not only physical, it can also be digital literacy. So I can give you an example. I made a big blunder one day. My aunt sent me a voice note on my WhatsApp. When she sent me a voice note on WhatsApp, I opened the voice, I got the knowledge. Do you know what I did? I responded by typing text to her, not knowing that she's not able to read English that I'm actually even sending it. So these are some of the barriers that we assume that the people are in where network is, so there is no digital divide. So when we are looking at issues of digital divide, we don't look only in terms of accessibility, in terms of infrastructure. No, we look on other issues. One of the projects that I did in Northwest Province and Free State, I think, yes, we got funding from Belgian government and Department of Department of Administration. We were looking on a household level, how can the elderly people benefit from digital technologies. So despite not being able to read and write, there should be a way where elderly people can be part of the digital era. We cannot say they cannot benefit. One of it, wherever they get grants and whatever, why can't we link some of those organizations that send message if there is a community project that they can get someone in the household who can translate the information for their benefit. So that project was also looking on reducing this digital divide where other people are benefiting from technology whilst others are not. So it's a community where we are saying everyone should benefit from these technologies. Then we now move on to radical humanist, where we are saying as much as we have technologies, the radical humanist paradigm critiques existing power structures and aims to empower marginalized groups through technology and innovation. In the Global South, this perspective emphasizes social justice, equity, inclusion in development. So if we look in South African context, we have got the tourism industry, we have got the hotels. When the B&B franchise came in South Africa, many of these big hotels, they cried foul to the government, saying, no, we are losing business to these small businesses, they are not paying tax and this and that. So what it means is that the innovation that came with the B&B was able to level the playing field of the big hotels and the small guys. So they are now seeing it as a threat. So these are the challenges that we are saying technology can emancipate people who are marginalized, or in some cases, it can also even perpetuate in terms of that. So when we are looking at technology adoption, how can we see in our studies that the technology is used as a weapon, or other people, they are not free in terms of equality, in terms of that? So challenges within this paradigm include addressing social economic inequalities that limit access to technology benefits. So B&B and what we call it, Uber was part of that. But as you are aware, the Uber model is also a challenge because there were also issues to do with some other labor issues that are being bridged by the Uber. So all these are complex problems that you are trying to find to say, okay, which one is more important in terms of those challenges that we are looking at. So promoting inclusive innovation that benefits vulnerable population and navigating political and institutional barriers that perpetuate exclusion and marginalization. So if your problem is linked to this, you need to look much more on emancipatory frameworks that are there in literature so that you are able to understand what are the main challenges in an organization. So there might be some questions there I'm not seeing, sorry. Any questions so far? Okay, so in many cases, the issues of radical humanists, they are associated even in companies where employees are forced to do certain things, or other stakeholders are not, their voice is not being heard. Let me give you an example. At my organization, I'm part of the infrastructure committee. So during COVID, as you are aware, everyone, the problem that I'm talking now is facing many organizations, not universities. Universities, most of universities except UNISA, they are registered at DHET as face-to-face institutions. Come COVID, everyone was learning from home. Then COVID came to an end. We are now struggling to bring students on campus. We are now struggling to bring academics on campus. What is the problem now? The problem is that before COVID, some people were staying far away from their places. During COVID, as you are aware, fuel is almost doubled to now compared to 2019. So the reality is that as much as we say our universities are face-to-face, we have been trying to make sure that students, they come to class every day. It's not becoming easy. Students, they are now used to study online. And one of the challenges that we have now as universities, we have a problem of what we call sunk cost. We have got these nice buildings. What are we going to do if we accept that students could start learning online? So the challenge is that as much as we want students to come on campus, I tried it with my honors this year. Out of the 40 students, I only got 12 for 2 consecutive lectures. So I had to give up. So what I'm saying, when we are looking on these things, we need to talk with the participants. And in this case, students are stakeholders. So one way I had to do is to teach face-to-face whilst recording my material, which I had to upload on the learning material. So these are some of the challenges that we are facing in terms of the introduction of technology, because in some cases we have regulatory framework which says a university is a face-to-face, but students now they've tested online learning. Not only that, in some cases, some students, they don't have even money to commute from their places to the lectures. So they would be happy or saving by actually studying online because there is saving cost. So these are some of the areas where we need to look on what is really the problem and how do we address. So using a stick in some of these problems without actually discussing the real problems is a challenge, because you are dealing with human beings. Why can't you talk and find out how to address the challenge? So in many cases, many universities are changing their curriculum to hybrid, meaning that students are forced to come maybe 2 weeks. The other rest of the lectures are done online. So these are some of the new innovations that are coming, but it's not an easy decision, but that's where we are as human beings. Any questions on that? Okay, I'm looking now on the last one, which is a radical structuralist. There is a guy called Michael Jackson, not the singer, sorry. Yeah, he's Michael Jackson, just similar names. He wrote a book called Systems Thinking. It's very, very important for some of you who want to understand some of the stuff that we are covering here. And he also has a lot of examples. I think it comes to that other question that you came. So if you understand, there are a lot of frameworks that he also give examples, because you have to understand the problem for you to be able to choose the framework. It's not the other way around. You don't choose a framework and go and look for a problem. It's just like taking a hammer, hoping that what you are going to find, it's a nail that needs a hammer. So those are some of the things. So the radical structuralist, which on my other studies, which I've published, I looked on the critical systems thinking paradigm, focuses on issues of power, which we discussed already at the beginning. issues of exploitation and dependence on global development, which is really a challenge that the Global South we are facing at the moment. Mark Shuttleworth, he did a lot. He donated a lot of equipment and funding in terms of... Is it a question? Sorry. Okay, so I think someone was there. So what we are saying currently, because of the Global South, not focusing much on developing open source, most of our challenges are now that we are being dependent on technology that is coming from the north. And that technology coming from the north, in many cases, it does not benefit us because of our cultural and context that we have. So in terms of that now, in the Global South, this perspective critiques an equal power dynamics in global technology and innovation networks, emphasizing issues of economic imperialism and neo-colonialism. So if we look now, I'll give you an example. All the six major banks, they are using similar systems. It could be IBM Z from IBM. They are using SAP banking system. We are using Microsoft from from America. So what we are saying there, as much as we want to be successful in terms of that, according to a study that was done in 2017, South Africa alone, I think there were in licenses for software, the public service. I'm just talking of the public service. We are talking of 30 billion money which was going overseas to pay for license. So what we are saying is that instead of that money being plowed in locally, we are exporting labor, we are exporting a lot of things which we could have generated on our own. Since the open source initiative started, the European Union, they actually said we cannot be slaves of the Americans. So currently they've developed their own systems. And one of the success stories is the integration of health in all EU nations, whereby if you are sick, you are from Turkey and you are in Germany, you can access your health records from wherever you are as long as you are in an EU country. So all those benefits are part of what we call technology sovereignty. You need to have what we call technology sovereignty. I've published a paper on open source in public sector. Those ones who want to go further and understand what I'm talking about. I was part of the open source team during the initiation, so that motivated me to come up with that research. So what we are saying here, because the software that we are using, most of it is not indigenous or local, we have to look, if we want to changes on anything, we have to go back to the owner of the software to do the changes that we want. We cannot customize it to local language so that most of the people are able to benefit from this technology. So challenges include overcoming dependence on external technological solutions that may not be appropriate or sustainable. The issue of sustainable is very, very important because at one time you have the university with a license to buy SPSS. For those ones who are here, there is SPSS for free open source called PSSPC. So what we are saying now, you get a license for SPSS at your university. When you are not registered, that SPSS is no longer working, you can't access your data. So that's what we are talking about, sustainability. So you need something that is sustainable in terms of, if you don't have money, you can continue using it. But if you have a license, the package, when the license expires, then you are cut off. So addressing global economic inequalities that affect access to resources and technology and promote policies that support local innovation, ecosystem, and economic sovereignty. So what we are talking in this paradigm is that the challenges are so complex in that you have to look on many issues which are more critical but also embedded in each other. So you have issues of power, exploitation, dependence, how, and some of them are technological independence. How do you come out of that situation? So in short, to the topic now, addressing these challenges require a holistic approach that integrates local knowledge, promotes inclusive innovation, ecosystems, and foster collaboration between government, the private sector, academia, and civil society. So whenever we are looking at solutions, there is no one size fits all, and there is no one who have got all the answers. So a collaboration is needed in terms of addressing some of these complex challenges. Policies should support technological adaptation and development tailored to the local needs, while addressing systemic barriers to ensure sustainable and equitable technology progress in the global south. So I will end there. These are some of the references. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Prof, for your presentation. I think it was, I'm sure it's well received. I'm not sure whether there's some follow-up questions from any reaction. Yes, Prof. Prof, there's a question coming.
Yes.
Can you use the mic, Prof?
No, thank you so much, Prof. It's not a question, it's a comment on how you presented the paradigms. It was easy for us as an audience, particularly the PhD candidates, on how to apply these paradigms in their studies. Because in most cases, we find ourselves describing them instead of the application in any particular study. And I would also like to comment on how you integrated them with the concept of innovation. It was clear for us in terms of the relevance of these paradigms when you are talking about innovation, technology, etc. And you've made practical examples to indicate its relevance of these paradigms. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
It looks like it was a comment, Prof, but if you feel that there's any reaction, yeah, you can come in, Prof.
Yes, yes. What you are saying, I was a student like you, unfortunately. And as you are aware, I am a student of UKZN. I did my three postgrad there, so yes. So the challenge that you indicated is very, very important, mostly for me who was coming from the industry. It took UNISA, I think, 6 years persuading me to do a PhD because I did not know what theoretical framework is, and I did not know what contribution I was going to use my academia. One of my major thing that I had to do, I had a bursary. Then I had my question to say, okay, And as I said, I had spent so many years in the industry. Then I said, why would I change my career and leave what I'm doing and go to academia? So they kept on pesting me, whatever. So I had to reflect to say, okay, why can't I sit down and look on my career? What were the challenges that I have experienced for the past 20 years that I've been in the industry? One of them that intrigued me was that I would do different projects in different organizations, getting different outcomes. So then I say, what is this that is happening? The problem that I was also a functionalistic person who thinks 1 + 1 is equal to 2. But that's not what the industry is like. So then I started to soul search myself. So I had to go back to do a second master's degree, which looks on critical systems thinking, which we are talking about here, because I was not ready to be an academic because my other degree, I did not cover much of that. So it helped me to see things differently. The industry side, I have experience on it, but how do I come in the academia, not for the sake of being an academia, but to contribute something. So what you are saying is important because in academia as well, you need to have an identity. What is it that you are known for? And what is it that, because you can't be all over the place. So your question is very, very important. When you are looking on a problem in one place or another, you need to understand the problem that you are solving. As I said, you don't look for a theoretical framework, then you start going to look for a problem that, some students, they do that, to be honest. That's the wrong way to do it. So you look for the problem, then you look for the framework that answers the problem. So me as an examiner of your PhD, those are the things that I look at. All other things can make you pass, but if you can't link your problem to your research methodology and you can't link it to your results, then you have a challenge. So your question was very, very important. Your comment was very, very important to understand that, because if you apply the wrong framework or methodology to the problem, then it's a failure. You might have other errors in your research or whatever. They can be fixed, but that one cannot be fixed. Thank you. I think I'll end there. I might take too much time off.
Thank you so much, Prof. I'm not sure. Any other question? Are you tired already? Okay, let me just take this opportunity, Prof, to say thank you so much for your input. I think students will benefit out of this, and we have already started to give them some tips in terms of how they should be able to interpret their data, so that if maybe it happens or if they become unfortunate that their work is marked by you, then Prof, then they will know what to look at and what not to look at. Thank you so much. With that, can we just give a round of applause to Prof? Thank you. Not sure. We still have what, only 30 minutes, isn't it? I'm not sure whether my time is 20 minutes. How many presentations we're supposed to have today? 3. Yeah. So we left with 20 minutes. 7, 7, 7. Okay. 7 minutes, 7 minutes, 7 minutes. Okay, let's apply. Let's apply a bit of democracy here. Even though I've got a challenge with democracy because I'm not sure when the very same democracy will be democratic. So, okay. We, which one? This one?
This one will be online. The first and the last must be here.
Okay. Let's continue with our presentations because I know that afterwards we'll find that we're not going to go home. We'll be outside, whereas continuing here is beneficial, isn't it? So I also want to make sure that the program flows. So if then we have got a backlog, then we'll have a challenge then. There are 3 presentations that we are expecting today. It's Eddington, Lutando, and Frederick. Is it Frederick? Yes. So let's start with the first 2 of those candidates who are in house here. Then we'll end up with the one which is going to be visual. So let's start with Eddington.
Okay. I wanted to check if it's projecting. For projecting, I have to duplicate, right? Yeah. Duplicate. Not seeing the duplicate.
The system is not set up for projecting.
Yeah.
How do you project?
So I can. I had to put okay. I can. Okay. Can I just move one video from here? I wanted to send this video. Okay. No, I'm not seeing it. This one, which is this no. There's a problem. No, sorry. It's not there because this one is. Oh, I'm not seeing. No, there's a my presentation I did put already. It's only the video which is not there. I just want to check if it is ready. It's only on my presentation I dropped the video, which is another day. Good afternoon. All protocols observed so that I do not take much of your time. Apologies for the technological hitch-up. As Professor Jogonya was saying, he took 6 years to understand these theoretical frameworks. I'm coming from that kind of background. I'm a functionalist. 1 + 1 is 2. So I just hope and pray that I'll be able to get my ground going in the very shortest possible time within the time frame that I desire, and pray that I'll be able to finish in the next two years. My topic is, as indicated there, though I'm on a pre-proposal stage, this may change, but that's what I'm working on. The influence of artificial intelligence assisted tools in developing grade 11 learners' trigonometrical skills in the district of KwaZulu-Natal. The background study. Academic success of learners in matric has been a major concern for all stakeholders in South Africa, indicated by Department of Basic Education reports, and a number of researchers that have indicated that. I think we can add on one, the 10% pass rate that is being obtained from 10% of people who are filtering into science, Jogonya 2024. I think you heard him saying that, Professor Jogonya. Then the research problem identified is poor performance in trigonometry by learners, that's limiting prospects to study sciences at university. For this reason, AI tools have been used, will be used, sorry for terminology there, will be used to see if this will improve and assist learners in understanding trigonometry better. The learning tools that I desire to work with, we have adaptive learning tools. I'm going to work with photomath. Then on interactive simulation and visualization tools, we're going to use trigonometric simulator. Then on virtual tutoring systems, we're going to use, I desire to use, and I hope to use Khan Academy. I've not used some of the tools like Alex because they need subscription, they're expensive. PhET is suitable, more suitable for physics. Theoretical framework, there's a problem there. There's a problem there. For now, I'm going to use grounded theory. Researcher will deduce how data behaves and therefore decide the appropriate theory later as we cascade the journey. So here I'm politely or humbly asking you if there's anyone who can help on this, you're very much welcome. A review of literature. I was reading through a number of some texts. Though I didn't manage to get to the level that I was asked by Prof. Banzilao, she said read 70, I only managed 15. We are going to work with those AI tools stated they were used in those continents. Then in also us want now to try to use them. How do they fit into our South African context, the global South? Research methodology. The researcher desires to use the mixed methods research, that is combining both qualitative and quantitative research designs to explore the potential impacts of AI-assisted problem-solving tools to support the development of trigonometrical skills in learners. On data analysis, I decided to use NVivo and SPSS. Then we're going to have discussion of findings, the conclusion, and the recommendation. Thank you. Tinotenda ngiyabonga baya donkey. I had prepared a video, a very short video of photomath, but you know, technology, I'm trying to run to project from here is saying it can't. it can't project from this. I don't know what has expired there with these licenses. But I've given also the team, I don't know if they can project. They send me an email. I wanted just to show you how one of these AI tools work in
Onto the stick.
there.
Can you copy it from your thing onto the stick?
Into the video is here.
Yeah. No, I'm asking. Can you copy the video onto there?
The video is on my email. Okay. It's 1 minute. 1 minute, 30 seconds. 1 minute, 30 seconds. Okay, that short video that I was trying to put, yeah, I'm using this application, the application, then I take a screenshot of those two questions. The first one is solve that trigonometrical equation, then suddenly it goes through the steps how to work with. I think initially I think there's 3 cos squared x plus sine x is 0. Then it reads that they are not compatible. So it brings compatibility by using the trigonometrical identity. It drops in 1 minus sine squared x. Then you go down. You cannot work with that. Then we put substitution. That's why we're bringing t. We get the values of sine x. Then we come back to substitute for t. Then we find the arc sine. In that, then the general formula where k is an element of z, integers, and the variation, the solutions are that in general form were done. So we intend to use this. As long as our learner is in Android, we'll be able to use this application. Then it enhances, it enables the learner to go through the steps by him or herself without the presence of the teacher in your own space. This now is the generation of, we're given a function y is x, so it goes through, you want to solve this, it differentiates, that's why you see dx of cos x, differentiating that, it brings it to sine, then the reverse of it, and that. I just cut, I didn't finish, I didn't put it other parameters. Yeah, but that's one of the AI tools I desire to use to solve. Thank you very much. enough to be asked questions? Put down. Do you need correction? No, I'm
Yeah, it
joking.
looks like there are so many questions. You can't run away.
Are we able?
Okay.
Yes.
Very impressive end there. I'm sure a lot of us are pretty much impressed by that. What I was just checking, you mentioned NVivo and you mentioned SPSS. And
Yes.
I'm just going back to referring to what Prof. Mtaburi had spoken about yesterday in terms of what we use as instruments of our analysis. And I'm just trying to gauge back now in terms of your method. Is it quali, is it quanti? So I can then now draw the parallel in terms of your software that you use to analyze your information, because you had mentioned both.
Okay. On the data instruments that I'm going to use to analyze the data, yeah, it initially just dropped. There might be changes, but initially, since I'm going to be qualitative and both, I'm going to use a mixed methods approach. That's why initially I've just looked at that. I might change as I move through the journey. There's one application he did mention, but I didn't quite get it well. I was also asking colleagues. There's one, but I forgot the name of that application. So most probably I might change on the instruments I'm going to. Because actually when I gave also Prof. Banzila my question mainly on this proposal, when she marked it, she said, on your framework and instruments, please read widely on that. So I'm still reading through to see how other researchers have written up on that. So it's only just about 2 days ago when I got an opening when I called Professor Moodley in our department. Then he said, when you're looking for your topic, just go on AI, just say the top 5 researchers on AI in mathematics education or in education in South Africa to give you references. Then cross-check if they are real. Then I managed to get two, 3, so I'm still reading on that.
Okay, fine. Thank you. My question is, when it comes to AI tools, that the particular one that we saw on the video, does it have a name? Or we can say that we want our thesis to look into a particular type of AI tools, and then we look into how they are behaving or the way they give us the results. Because in particular, for example, that one, fine, let me just give an example. We might say that I want to use the popular one, ChatGPT, but it doesn't mean that there are no other AI tools that do similar work with ChatGPT, right? So what will be the main differentiator from the terminology of saying AI tools in which category, AI tools in which behave in which particular class, so that we can categorize and say that the level of AI tools that we are dealing with are also compatible with grade 12 learners. So then my question is, do you manage to look into the classes of these AI tools?
I think if you did see, I said there are 3. They are layered into 3. We have adaptive learning tools, then we have the interactive tools, then we have visual tools. The photo method that I presented is an adaptive learning tool.
I think you have an opportunity to do something sort of groundbreaking, but that will rely on your sort of research design. And I would suggest that if you want to do something that is like at the sort of that can be accepted at the policy level, you ditch the qualitative parts and then you focus on the quantitative. In that you can design an experiment, and then that experiment can compare. So it's like testing a new medicine. So you expose some groups to that medicine, and then you don't expose other groups to that medicine. And then you observe their outcome. But it needs a very careful sort of like advanced research design in that you must be sure that if, for example, you expose a list of students to AI, and then you don't expose some group of students, they must be from sort of like similar groups in terms of socioeconomic status, in terms of the school quantiles, and then in terms of the other factors, intelligence and stuff. And then you must make sure that no other factors could have contributed to the improvement of the mark. For example, so you expose a student to AI tool, and then you don't expose others to the AI tools. And then you find that the students which have been treated or exposed, their marks have improved. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it is because of the exposure to AI. There could be other factors. Maybe their parents sent them for sort of like extra tutorials and stuff. So that's why I said it needs a very careful research design. But that is if you want your work to be, for example, at a policy level, because a kind of study like this, if it is qualitative, it won't reach that status or its full potential. So I think you have whole of like time to design it perfectly, and it can be groundbreaking in that sense. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
I don't need to answer. You think so? So it's just a comment.
I also have to engage the presenter. Thank you for such a interesting presentation, and your topic is quite interesting. Can you engage me? What are these grade 11 students, if you can remind me, struggling with?
They're struggling with trigonometry.
Trigonometry. So would you think it's advisable to expose students to an AI tool that will provide them with solutions to these, to trigonometry equations without, because I mean, this tool gives you the actual answer. It does not teach you on how to get to that a point of attaining the answer, whereas the purpose of having a teacher in front of that learner is for the teacher to actually provide the steps and the different methods of attaining that particular answer. So would it not be spoon feeding someone who is not able to even get to that answer without using an AI tool? Because we shouldn't rely on AI tools to provide solutions, but they must guide us in terms of getting to that solution.
Yes, AI tool should guide us to get to this solution. It's unfortunate that they've removed the. I think if I was going too fast, maybe let's say the question is you photo shoot, right? Then it goes through the steps. How do we obtain the values? That's why you see we went through. It was dropping the steps. Why do we this? For every step there was a reason. Why do we do this? Why are we doing this? We're substituting where there was cos squared. We're substituting with 1 minus sine squared. Why we're using identity? After that there's expansion. After that we're solving. After that we're substituting, removing the sign to bring t, another variable which is easier to work with. After that we go back so that we find the arc course of that. I think it went through the stages, the steps. Yes.
I have a question. Thank you for such an elaborate presentation. I'll speak from experience. I've been a tutor since high school, and I tutored maths and science. And through all these years, I've seen the developments until it got to AI. There's a problem with AI that I've realized. Even if they are given the steps, if you were to ask them, how did you get to this point? How did you get to this point? They do not know how to explain it to you. They just know that you do this because it was said you're supposed to do this. And that becomes a challenge because now you're not learning. You're just quickly trying to get to the solution without you getting any understanding behind it. So I'm not saying AI is bad. I just say maybe we teach them how to engage AI in a way that is going to help them understand instead of them rushing to a solution. So that's my kind of thing. So what kind of, I would say, engagement would you have in terms of the units of measure? Because I think it would be an opportunity for you to engage with the tutors also, because they have this other view instead of you engaging the actual students, because they've seen them through the traditional teaching method and through the AI. I mean, there's different, it has been evolving. So if you engage the tutors, it'll also be a different, could be a unit of measure in your study, I don't know. It gives you a different insight instead of engaging the students themselves. So something like that.
No, sorry, I'll just add on to one comment which I'm trying to look at. As she's stating that she's looking at the tutors, I'm looking at the ethical clearance in terms of getting access to those students. So when it comes to sit there, I'm just looking at it might be a problem having a signatory of a person who's under the age of 18 to consent in parts of being part of the study itself. So I'm not sure when it comes to those ethical parts of it, you might also find a certain struggle, because I've also tried to look into a certain age group, which I realized that you will need much more. You need a signature from the guidance, an adult and so on. So I just don't want you to reach that block when you come there. So you might maybe want to look at other alternative ways to kind of circumvent and get into that information. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't get you. You were going very fast. In brief, what are you? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you. I think the question here was, start to think about how are you going to obtain the ethical clearance. But I'm sure that the Department of Education will help you when it comes to that then. Thank you so much for this presentation. You are touching on a subject that I think I was trying to, I used to know myself to be good in maths, and I realized that I was good in algebra, then trigonometry. I had to run away. So that is why today I didn't do my mechanical engineering that I needed to do. Over to you, Mulefe.
Okay. Technology. Thank you very much, Session Chair, Professor S.L. Mieni. I almost said Chair of Council. A very good afternoon to you and also to the conference participants, or rather research summer school participants. Prof, 7 minutes is really gonna be a challenge for me because I am a teacher. I can talk, but I'll try to be short, just like my friends there, the back, Samkezi and Ntombela. Thank you very much. Without any further ado, mentorship for sustainable learning, and that's informed narrative inquiry. Leveling the play field, mentorship, and not just any mentorship, but mentorship for sustainable learning. So the current presentation and significantly increasing rates of beginner teacher attrition continues to be a global stumbling block, negatively affecting a number of education systems. And our country, South Africa, is no exception to this. So I think it has been presented that a beginner or novice teachers tend to leave the teacher education and professional development early because they perceive it as too demanding. So this is due to the absence or rather lack of mentorship mechanisms in place in order to equip these teachers with relevant knowledge, skills, and values and attitudes. So further, it has been noted that these teachers are left on their own to fend for themselves. So as you can see there on the statistics, that the attrition rates in the United Kingdom is 50%, South Africa recorded 55%, and in the United States it was 50%. And a number of African countries, such as your Algeria, such as your Egypt, Morocco, Mauritius, and Rwanda, are also recording very high rates of teacher attrition. I think some few weeks ago, I've been reading a number of newspaper articles, not journal articles, of course, because if you are a researcher, you need to draw from different reservoirs of knowledge. That teacher attrition continues to be a stumbling block. So I think these figures suggest that mentorship initiatives are needed more than before in order to confront this particular challenge. So now, establishing a well-ordered transition from higher education institutions of learning to the ground realities of a classroom, and again, the whole school context, remains a challenge in our country, as I've mentioned. So this is in terms of mentor-mentee relationships, as these teachers transition from higher education institutions to the basic education level. So this is especially in the back roads, which are obviously characterized by the unavailability or rather lack of laboratories such as your computer and science, and also adequate learning spaces. So I think these figures or this presentation tells us that mentorship is needed more than ever, since it plays an essential role in preparing these teachers or leaders in an ever-evolving teacher education and professional development landscape. Redefining my rural teacher identity through mentorship, a metaphor memory drawing of a teacher in a lower-ranking school quintile in South Africa. Finding myself alone in a new environment. This environment, school, is new from the one I'm used to, university. This environment Basic education is new from the one I'm used to, university. BETS, meaning teachers, mentor teachers, members of the school management team or committee, principals, all flying away from me. FISH, meaning relevant stakeholders, such as your parents, and also members of the SGB, all moving away from me. Should I leave this space or should I stay? If I leave, how am I going to live this environment? Where should I go? Right or left? What's next? The research objectives that informs this particular project are as follows. Firstly, to explore the current situation regarding mentorship for sustainable learning. Secondly, to understand how mentorship for sustainable learning is managed and why it is managed the way it does. And lastly, to propose strategies that can be used to enhance development of sustainable mentorship practices. So the following are the research questions that grounds this particular project. Firstly, what is the current situation regarding mentorship for sustainable learning? Secondly, how is mentorship for sustainable learning managed and why it is managed the way it does? And lastly, what strategies can be used to enhance the development of sustainable mentorship practices? As I've mentioned, mentorship, and not just any mentorship, but mentorship for sustainable learning. So a stronger outlook on a number of countries in a variety of spheres around the globe has been pushing for the issue of adopting the sustainability stance. And our department or our field institution, education, is no exception to this. So hence the development of sustainable development goals by the United Nations. So this project, again, as Ella mentioned, is no different to this, as it seeks to essentially contribute to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goal 4, which is quality education. Therefore, ensuring that inclusive and equitable quality education and the promotion of lifelong learning opportunities are achieved. So I think in this particular context, the mentorship of beginning or novice teachers is obviously seen as an important project where the knowledgeable adder, which is the mentor, guides and supports the newly appointed teacher, or rather the beginning or the novice teacher, not only supporting their professional, but also their personal development in a social context, obviously for societal change. Research methodology. So this project gives an account of a qualitative research study using a narrative inquiry methodology. So it seeks to gain an in-depth understanding of how I, as a participant researcher, could make meanings and interpretations of my own lived experiences and that of other teachers alike within teacher education and professional development. Clandinin describes narrative inquiry as a fluid inquiry, not a set of procedures or linear steps to be followed, but a relational inquiry methodology where the stories, living, telling, retelling, and reliving of the narratives take each researcher. So other data generation methods, you will see that firstly I presented a metaphor memory drawing. So it is one of the data generation methods I'm using. So the other will be letter writings and also interview conversations. And in terms of the theoretical and conceptual frameworks that underpins this study are sociocultural perspectives. Perspective, I beg your pardon, by Vygotsky, and also Mitchell and Weber's a concept of a pedagogy of reinvention. Meaning, since we are individuals who are in the process of becoming, so we go back into our experiences with a different perspective. Obviously, the goal or the objective is to change practice. In conclusion, again, mentorship, and not just any mentorship, but mentorship for sustainable learning. So mentorship is regarded as a critical tool in developing what teachers teach, how they teach it, and who they teach. So in this presentation, I am arguing that the knowledgeable others, through sharing their experiences, can create an enabling atmosphere for those they support and also mentor in order for them to take charge of their own development. Again, I am of the impression, and I also concur with these two scholars, that any attempt to transform or to bring about change in a particular situation should start with the self. Therefore, any novice or beginning teachers, not only professional, but also professional development interventions, should offer participants the opportunities for self-directedness. I thank you, Ke a leboga. Are there questions? Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thank you for the presentation. I'll try to keep my question as short as myself, as you've already made those allegations. I think it's a great study, and thank you so much. And I think as one operates in the higher education space, I couldn't help but wonder the extent at which mentorship or sustainable mentorship would outweigh other key contributing factors to staff attrition, such as competitive salaries, and competitive packages. But also, universities themselves are seen as the slowest transforming institutions. They are even surpassed by churches, for instance. They are so rigid. So now I'm trying to think, I don't know, of course, the environment in basic education, one would assume maybe it might also be one of the contributing factors that the systems are really not changing, and the youth is starting to join the workforce, and they find people who've established certain systems and who would not want them to transform. So I'm just, caught up between that, the extent at which mentorship could outweigh all these other contributing factors. It's not necessarily a question, but it's just a bit of a concern from my side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Samkezi. May I please take a round of questions, maybe 3, thereafter I'll respond, then again.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. I don't know if I missed it completely, but please just remind me, what's the aim of the study and its contribution?
Can I please take the last one?
Thank you for an outstanding presentation. I'd stepped out feeling quite cold, but I hope you will provide clarity and brief me up. You referred to young professionals in the teaching field, that they are leaving, you said, due to the lack of mentorship. So is that the only reason, or we can consider things like young teachers are now going abroad to Taiwan, China, for the interest of making money and other interests involved, you know? And which young teachers are you referring to? Are you referring to these teachers who have branched into teaching after a full bachelor degree, like a Bachelor of Arts, Bachelor of Social Science? Now they're branching into PGC complete. Now they are a teacher. Yeah, I just need you to clarify there and then.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me start with your questions. So the concept of beginning a novice teacher is a highly contested one. Some other researchers are saying that a novice teacher is somebody who has 3 years, 3 years experience of teaching. Some others are saying 5. So I'm talking about those teachers who have obtained their teaching qualification and they now transition from higher to then basic education. Then again, the other question was, is it the lack of mentorship the only factor that is making them to leave the teaching profession? Obviously, it is not the only factor. Now consider the realities of a country like South Africa. Some others have not even got that opportunity to be admitted within basic education, obviously because of issues of unemployment. Obviously, they are now leaving the country to pursue teaching in some other countries. So there are a number of factors that make these teachers to leave the teaching profession. And now the lack of mentorship. So in education, we all know that schools are specified into quintiles. We have your quintile 1 to 3 schools, which are those schools that do not have resources, then your quintile 4 and 5 that are in urban areas, and so on. So now, mentorship initiatives, obviously they can never be the same in these different geographical locations. So I think this particular study for me, let me link it with your question, my sister, is of interest, because for me, when I finished my first qualification, the Bachelor of Education, as a sciences teacher, I was admitted at a rural school. By the way, I'm the senior teacher, so starting from grade 7 to grade 12. Then again, for me, there was no mentorship at all, even induction. Because induction is to say, guys, here is a new teacher who is coming into within our territory. Let me take one teacher and assign, please, Mr. So-and-so or Miss So-and-so, can you please guide this teacher in terms of the terrains or the things that are happening within the school, such as what is happening around the school, issues of the policy, how to align the policies of the department versus the policies of the school, because this must be an alignment. For me, when I entered the school gates, it was just, guys, here is a new teacher, this is Mr. Mulife. Mr. Mulife, we are welcome you in this particular school. Here is your class, your grade 7. Then that was it. There was no induction, there was no mentorship. So guys, I was there, I was in that environment for only a year. But that environment for me traumatized me that I can, for me, it equals 5 years. I can write a book about it. Can you imagine going into a classroom without being told that in this particular school we have these learners whom we consider as learners having barriers to learning? Then as you engage with the learners in the process of learning and teaching, then there are some learners who will behave in mysterious ways. Then you start to say, okay, let me just wait for a period to end. Thereafter, I will go and ask. Then if you engage with other teachers, so this is what happened in the class. Can you please enlighten me what is going on? oh, we forgot to tell you in this particular school, we have those learners who have barriers to learning. But by barriers to learning, I do not mean only the emotional, spiritual, and so on. There were even physical barriers to learning. Some other learners, maybe from grade 3, you know, in primary, if you have a sister, maybe in grade 7, if you want your lunch, you'll just go straight there. You do not even knock, you just go into your teacher. So some other learners who were physically disabled, they will just enter the class, they will just make noise. So these others that I'm teaching, obviously, they would laugh at this. So I did not know. So all those things traumatized me in a manner that, guys, why did you not tell me? But obviously, that was in a form of informal conversations to say, we all do need mentorship. If somebody is new into a particular position, you do need mentorship. A practical example, we all know that Prof. Mosa Moshabela was appointed the Vice Chancellor at UCT. Now, Mosa Moshabela has resigned at UKZN, and now he's Vice Chancellor designate, meaning the person who has been acting in the position as the interim VC will now be guiding Mosa into all these months up until he starts his position on the 1st of October. We all do need mentorship. We all need mentorship. Then again, in some cases, it goes back to your question on the issue of staff attrition and so on. Guys, we need to be realistic about these issues. We really need to have those uncomfortable conversations. Pertaining to our university, this university, UKZN is very good at grooming individuals, but what about retaining them? What about retaining academics? We all know it's a reality. A number of academics have been leaving. I know that we are stream live there, but these are the realities. We need to talk about these uncomfortable conversations, so to speak. So, okay, thank you. I think I've covered all these 3 questions.
Any other questions before
Thank you for that.
Yes, Tombela.
I thought...
Yes, you have mentioned this problem. So are you locating this problem of the lack of induction and socialization of teachers at a school level, at a district level, or is there a policy maybe that has to come from a departmental level to say teachers should actually be inducted and be socialized into classes and the staff members?
Thank you very much. That's a simple one. Mentorship needs to happen within the school itself. So obviously teachers are not the same. We have experienced teachers, those who are coming into the profession. So now teachers need to mentor each other within the school. Then again, there are neighboring schools, then create what we call a community of practices. Then again, the district office and then the circuit manager have their role in terms of offering mentorship relationships, trainings, and so on. Teachers always go to workshops and so on. So we are saying whatever that is documented on policy, norms and standards for educators, 2000, South African Schools Act, number 84 of 1996, a number of policies, there must be an alignment. Are there any other questions?
The last question, perhaps you can provide clarity. I still haven't gotten what is your study trying to achieve? Are you trying to, is it towards developing these mentorship initiatives or whatnot? So can you enlighten us in that regard?
Okay, thank you so much. So obviously the first question is trying to find teachers' experiences pertaining to the issues of induction and also mentorship. Obviously, after deliberating on those experiences, obviously they may never ever be the same since school contexts are not the same. So now, it is to say, after deliberating on this, maybe what can one institution learn from the other? What can that other institution learn from the other? Obviously, in order to roll out maybe best practices that can be learned from one context to the next. Thank you very much, Chair, Prof. Miene, and again, apologies for
I see you are
mentioning some other things. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, colleagues. We normally say with Prof. Masugu that research sometimes is informed by your own experience. But if it's a traumatic experience, then it becomes another case then. But we assume that through your study, it will be therapeutic then. Yeah, so we have another presentation online by Frederick. Are you ready, Frederick?
Yes, Chair, I'm ready.
Okay, over to you then.
Thank you. Let me share my. Kindly help confirm if you are able to view my screen, distinguished delegates. So, Chair of the session, Professor Mieni, distinguished colleagues, our mentors present. My name is Frederick Cordero. I'm a doctoral research scholar in the School of Management, Information Technology, and Governance. My discipline is Information Systems and Technology. And the title of my research, which is work in progress, is Analytical Decision Model for Selecting and Prioritizing Information System Projects for Kenyan State Corporations. My background, I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in Physics and Computing from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology here in Kenya, and a Master of Science degree in Computer-Based Information Systems from the University of Sunderland in the United Kingdom. I am a lecturer by profession. I lecture at Bomet University College, which is a constituent college of Moi University here in Kenya. I belong to the Department of Mathematics and Computer Science, where I execute my teaching responsibilities. In this presentation, just a moment. I begin by looking at the overview of the research problem. And as we are all aware, the fourth industrial revolution is here with us. And over the years, many countries in the global south have, through their governments, increased investments in information systems and technology in partnership with the private sector. And this is aimed at enhancing service delivery to citizens in a cost-effective and timelessly. And of course, there is also the other aspect that this brings to picture, which is regulation around policy formulation and ensuring that these projects are executed in a manner that is easy to follow up, in a manner that is easy to improve in terms of the processes. And this is the basis for this study. In the absence of a modeling technique that is anchored in science, we end up in situations where decisions are made without consideration of the full scope and magnitude of influence of decision factors relative to the goal of an information systems and technology project. The obvious results of this is uncoordinated investment in information system and technology projects, sometimes loss of jobs by people that are entrusted with decision making, sometimes loss of finances or substandard projects. Sometimes we also end up with completely failed projects. So the aim of the study, of course, is to formulate policies that would aid decision makers in the state corporations within the Republic of Kenya to roll out information systems and technology projects in a manner that would be sustainable. The research questions are 6. Number 1, what challenges face decision makers in selecting alternatives in IS&T projects? What factors inform IST project selection and prioritization? What are some of the tools that are used by decision makers in IST projects in selection and prioritization? And how does IS&T project selection and prioritization impact organization performance? How are IST project selection and prioritization decisions structured? And what is the relevance of multi-criteria decision modeling in IS&T projects? So the information and communications technology sector in Kenya plays a significant role in globalization and also in the realization of Kenya's social, economic, and political blueprint, which we call Vision 2030, spanning the period 2008 to 2030. And therefore, decision-making in the ICT sector in Kenya needs to be anchored and driven by science and sound computational models. We have a digital master plan, for example, spanning the period 2022 to 2032. Many services that are offered by the government of Kenya to the citizens and businesses have been deployed online. We have what we call Huduma centers, for example. Huduma is Swahili word for service. So members of the public or citizens are able to secure government services simply by visiting these Huduma centers. And there are personnel that are manning these centers and are able to direct and help those seeking services from government in a digital fashion. Mathematical modeling in decision variables has been a preferred choice among decision makers in the fields of engineering and also in computer science, according to a study conducted in 2003, and the ranking is 25.6% and 12%, respectively. Other fields that have benefited from mathematical modeling are environmental science, business management, and several others. And this is testament to the fact that increasingly scientific and computational modeling is informing the way we make decisions in organizations, and that might contribute to our overall performance or being competitive and productive. So a review of literature for this study indicates that increasingly human existence involves decision-making at all levels, at the organizational level, decision-making at the operational management level, at the middle management level, and at the strategic management level. Now, a typical decision situation often involves intangible factors such as feelings, persuasions, attitudes, preferences. That is how human beings naturally make decisions. What we need now to do in the ICT sector in Kenya is to ensure that these innate traits in human beings are measured in every decision-making situation through mathematical modeling. Somebody, for example, may be
inclined, based on their experience, to a particular alternative to an ICT project. Another person may have their own persuasions. How then do we mediate between these diverse persuasions using a scientifically known method, come to a decision that is acceptable? Now, for example, artificial intelligence systems today are everywhere, but we may not necessarily adopt them until we have understood the importance of various decision factors in a computationally legible form. So one of the most widely used mathematical modeling techniques in decision situations is the analytical hierarchy process and its generalization, the analytical network process. A study in 2022 reported that the popularity of the multi-criteria decision modeling methods stands at 37.5%. This is the highest in terms of ranking among other decision-making techniques. Sorry, thank you. And so the modeling framework for an analytical hierarchy process and analytical network process is as given on the screen there. We have the goal, and then we have the decision factors, and then we have the choices at the lower bottom. So the decision factors can be further subdivided into sub-decision factors, sub-criteria. And we use a scale we call the fundamental scale of absolute numbers to be able to collect the different opinions and persuasions of decision makers in any decision scenario and be able to rank the alternatives. So we, for example, have an artificial intelligence project here. How would you rank the various criteria for an artificial intelligence project? And on the basis of that, make a decision whether you want to deploy it or not, or which one will you give the highest preference, followed by which one, and so on and so forth. So we have the criteria such as usability, adaptability, affordability, compatibility, and availability of technical personnel. And each of these decision factors has sub-decision factors, or each of these criteria has sub-criteria. So we will now break down, we'll go to the next step after problem decomposition into hierarchy. We go to the next step, which is to model or to come up with a decision matrix or a pairwise comparison matrix. We have usability, adaptability, affordability, technical personnel, and compatibility. You can see the diagonals of the matrix are 1, 1, 1, because the importance of usability to usability vis-a-vis the goal, which is the acceptability or satisfaction with an artificial intelligence system, would be 1. So with this matrix, we derive parameters such as the priority vector, which will give us the order of importance of each of the decision factors relative to the goal of the decision situation. We come up with the principal agent value, we come up with the consistency index, and the consistency ratio. Now, the consistency ratio is a measure of the judgment, of the consistency of the judgments of the various decision makers in a given decision situation. If it is more than 10%, it means we have not been consistent in making decisions, or that is in our judgments in a decision situation. So the judgments must be revised. And the scale that we use is the fundamental scale of absolute numbers by Professor Thomas Sati, the late. The study site for this research is the Republic of Kenya, and specifically the cities and towns with the highest concentration of state corporations. We are targeting the ICT managers of the 236 state corporations in the Republic of Kenya.
And the sampling strategies, both probability and non-probability sampling strategies, will be used in this study. And it's a mixed method driven study. The sample size distribution, we have the state corporations divided into various functional categories, 8 of them to be precise: financial, manufacturing, all the way to tertiary education. And we are drawing samples that is relative to the proportion of that particular entity among the state corporations. So 149 state corporations will be visited in this particular study. Selected references given there. Thank you for the opportunity to make my presentation.
Thank you so much, Frederick. Do you have questions, colleagues? Yes, Pesihle. We have got one question for you.
Good morning or good day or good afternoon or day.
Evening, thank you.
I was hoping that I'll see you here physically, but since you are online, it's all right. Nonetheless, can you show us your objectives or tell us about your objectives for the study, please?
Sorry, my objectives?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let me just quickly go back here. Okay, so my objectives are derived from the research questions. So, for example, the first objective would be to determine the challenges that face decision makers in selecting alternative information systems and technology projects. Second objective would be to identify the factors that inform information systems and project selection and prioritization. The third objective would be to identify the tools that decision makers use in IS&T projects selection and prioritization. So there's a one-to-one mapping between the research questions and the objectives for the study. I just didn't include that slide here because we had limited time to make our presentation.
Are you covered? Thank you so much. Any other reaction? Okay, it looks like there's no reaction. Thank you so much. Can we give him a round of applause? This brings us to the end of our session for today. Any announcement you want to make, Noktula? Can you please do so?
Thank you, Prof. Just 2 announcements. Number 1 would be about tomorrow. We're not going to be meeting here tomorrow. We're going to be meeting at the Durban Tourism Office, if you guys do know where that is. Otherwise, I will be sending an email with the exact address. Can we please just ensure that everyone is there by 8:30? They had specified that we have to be there by 8:30, no later than that. Number 1. Then number 2, for the other presenters or the students that still have to do their presentations, if you noticed in the bags that I did give you, there were some USBs in there. Could you please just load your presentations onto that USB so that come the day for your presentation, we can just use my laptop, load the USB, and then we can go forth. Yeah, that would be all from me. Thank you. One more announcement. We do also have tea and coffee downstairs. As Prof does say, no wasteful expenditure, please. So I'd appreciate all of us to just go down there. Thank you very much, guys.